Testing TTS.
Yes. Say it again.
Yes!
Make me believe it.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yeah!
Gilmore, you suck, you jackass. Why don't you shut the hell up?
Boss working and I even started it.
Hello, everybody. How we doing today? I missed my nephew's messages. It's freaking announcement day. We are grinding chat, Pal World on top. Take your word for it. Take your word for it. PoE is the name of the game today, though. You okay? don't know if you guys heard that, but there was a loud crash from down in my roommate's area. New update feels good. Vibing you. Got this stupid freaking cough still, but looking forward to PoE announcements. I was going to watch some PoE related YouTube videos. I saw Fubgun had a video saying something about Mirage is not going core. Is this good or bad? So we're going to watch that too. I do want to make sure I have... I guess I want to watch it on... Maybe I don't know if I can watch on Twitch or not. We'll see. Let's see. Let's pull up the Path of Exile page. Yeah, I didn't think I could. YouTube, Path of Exile. Let's do it this way. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. 21 hours ago? Okay, we'll take a look at that too. All right, is there any other like videos for the announcement here? 3 days ago, they rise again. I think we watched this one, but that's fine, that's fine. Are they not live yet? Wait, they're not live yet. Uh-oh. All right, I'll just turn off my extension, I guess. Which one is it that blocks it again? I forget. I think it's this. There we go. For fucking ads, dude. 25 is... All right. So let's let that figure itself out. We got some videos for stream to watch, though, so let's start with that. Make the murder look like an accident. Wait, what? Jester trying to make the murder look like an accident. Wait, what? What am I doing? Wait, what?
In the furnace, and he makes it go quicker. Dude, this whole game is like so complex. The whole game is like really well built. Like they got like stuff. They got uses for everything. They got this thing does that. This guy does this. Pokemon? Well, no, I hate Pokemon. All right. I love Power World. Power World and Pokemon could not be more different. That's why they sued them.
It's literally the same exact
no, it's
thing.
Not. No. No.
Peanut's got a point here.
Nuh-uh. No. You know how many bitches? You know how many bitches I can get with my Gillette? You know how many bitches I can get with my Gillette? I ride around on this thing. I got bitches lined up for days. I'm talking miles. I show them my gold Charizard. They're running for the hills. I won't see a woman for 10 miles around.
True, dude, true. Terrifying footage shows the view from inside a train as it becomes surrounded by raging wildfire flames near Armstrong, Ontario.
This could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay, yeah, this is...
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now.
You guys gotta go backwards. No.
These guys seem way too chill about this situation.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
Yeah, this has got to move fucking quick here. Holy crap. Oh, that's alright. This kind of burnt off, so we'll be okay now.
Yeah, it went across. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah, look over there.
Jesus Christ.
We are
You guys got a light now or what? Did you guys get that light?
Is the train gonna run into
Oh, yeah,
them?
they're
Okay, they're on the other side. Got it.
Woo! That's a meat and a half, eh?
That's a meat and a half, eh? Fucking Canadians, dude. I love it. That's crazy. All right. I didn't know Canada could even catch on fire. Isn't it like all ice? Oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of these clips of Peanut getting insanely lucky with capturing. From what I remember too, though, This was the case for us too when we played Power World the first time, I think. For being consumed by flames feels like they're like, man, now I gotta report this attitude. I know, right? Like they were not stressed enough about that. Okay, to be fair, is he lucky or is he just going through 4,000 Pokeballs?
That demon!
I mean, Power
But it's
Balls.
perfectly functional.
Get in the ball! Get in one of these several balls!
Yeah, is he lucky or is he just actually playing the correct odds here?
It's not going well, Gimmick. I won't lie. It's oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
You
Oh shit!
got this
Shit.
easily.
Shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
See?
Oh my
See, I told
god!
you. I passed that. I passed that blessing over.
Too easy.
Too easy, dude. Too easy. Okay, what else we got? Peanut has done it again. 0.12.
Yummy.
Oh, these are the better Pokeballs too.
2% chance
Dude,
my ass. I'm
this
out of
Anubis is
balls.
like teleporting around, by the way.
Don't
What the heck is this?
Stand back.
I'm out of
What is this
balls.
Pokemon's
I will handle
movement?
this heathen. I will handle him. But I'm almost out of greens. It's not looking good. I'm switching to yellows. Oh, wait.
Too easy.
I got
Oh
it with
my
the green.
They gave him like a hella sidestep on a low cooldown. It's insane. He's so tanky because of it.
Easy.
Interesting.
Good work, Mr. Gimmick. Good work. We're doing God's work.
I threw
Good
75
work,
gold balls at
good
him,
work.
and I didn't get them.
I mean, 75. You need like about 900 more of
I'm
them.
gonna get this guy too. See if I can level up. Oh shit! Oh my
Mine
god!
was a shiny.
He threw
though. Mine was a
one?
Shiny, remember?
Oh damn it!
Okay, all right. I was gonna say.
It's still probably great XP. Let's be clear. But mine was a shiny.
Maybe the shinies give you
Also-
a lot. Oh, 1%,
I was
1%.
like, I went from like 14
I mean, that was still only like
19.
10 or something like
Oh my
that.
god!
12.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I got another
Peanut,
one! I
the
got
Pal
another
Master,
crazy
dude.
one! No
Min
way.
maxing in Power World
No
lol.
way.
Listen, if you're not min maxing in every video you gave me play, are you even
We're cooking.
enjoying
we're
and
cooking,
playing the video
we're
game?
cooking,
Let's be
It's a
real.
bit of a,
Come on.
We're cooking,
you know, I'm gonna be
we're
honest.
cooking,
It's
we're
a
cooking.
bit of a climb. Mount Obsidian.
Don't you have your bird?
Yeah. But I mean, I'm vertically ascending.
I just hit a 2% capture rate and a 1% capture rate back to back with like 10 blue balls.
Holy cannoli!
Well done, Peanut. Well done. All right, what else we got? Wait, isn't this the one we just watched?
Dubbing! Okay.
That hit him.
Turn that shit.
Oh my god! This happens right now. Oh my god.
Wait,
oh
this
my
is
god. happens
full
right now.
health.
Oh my god.
This is a different
Oh my god! Oh my
That
god!
was full
oh
health.
my god!
Tell me everything.
Holy shit! A
What'd you do?
0.05% dead!
Holy
I got a
shit.
new bit!
There's no
Oh my
way. No
god!
way.
Oh my
No
god!
way.
Hooray! Yummy! Oh dingle, 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 oh dingle! Yummy!
I don't recognize that pal. I think that's a new pal to me.
Hooray!
Pal team is hungry.
Too easy.
Wait, so Peanut is overworking his
Hey, like that,
enslaved
pussy.
Pokemon
Yeah.
and not feeding them too?
Huzzah!
Bro, you just hit the tree like 7 times.
I've
Can
hit
you
the
stop
tree
hitting
a
the
couple
tree?
times, but that's okay. All right. Doesn't seem to be getting inside the balls. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! 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 Oh my! Oh my god! Oh my god!
How can you, dude? Isn't it get to a point where this is just the norm? Like, you can't be this excited every time it happens. If it happens this frequently, man.
I got
That's crazy.
Something crazy. Oh my God! Oh, hold on, 2%, 2%. Oh my God! Wait! Oh my God! Oh my God! No way!
You get it?
No
You got it?
Peanut is too
Holy
lucky, dude.
What'd you get?
I got
What'd
the
you get?
Ragnarok or whatever this did.
Well done. All right. Now on to the PoE clips. We got what the Twitch drops are today. Let's see what this
Hi,
is.
I'm Mark Roberts,
Hello, Mark
Game
Roberts.
Director on Path of Exile. By watching tomorrow's Curse of the Allflame livestream for 45 minutes, you'll be able to earn the Abyssal Soul Shadow rare finisher effect. The Liches loyal to Kulamak would resurrect monsters of Rayclast by encapsulating their body and soul in crystal. With the
I don't
Abyssal
really like
Soul Shadow
finishers that
finisher
much, but I'll
effect,
take it.
you too can encase them before shattering the crystal, forever preventing those monsters from joining their legion. Like all of our Twitch drops, this reward is purely cosmetic and has no effect on your character's power or progression. Thanks for watching.
Wait, what did it say
and we
about them
hope to earn
resurrecting?
the Abyssal Soul Shadow rare finisher effect. The Liches loyal to Kulamak would resurrect monsters of Rayclast by encapsulating their body and soul in crystal.
Wait a minute. Is that not a little sneak peek into what this league's gonna be? The Liches that are loyal to Kulamak resurrect or encased and resurrect. Wait, so is this league gonna be kind of like a Sentinel League? Or not Sentinel League, Scourge League? Alright, this is just their page. And then this is, I think we watched this. I think this was the teaser trailer. Yeah, this is the teaser trailer, but we'll watch it again.
Rise again, Sorath. Serve
All right. And then I saw a video I want to watch. Oh, what is this? Oh, maybe we'll do the 2 hours ago new Reliquarian. Wait, wait, hold on. We need to go to the tweeters. We need to see. Apparently there's teasers that I have been missing out on that are not on the YouTubes. Wait, this is new? Is this not new?
It
We haven't seen this, I
calls
don't
to
think.
me. A bounty beyond the pale.
Wait, are we fishing?
A curse in the deep.
Wait! Path of Exile fishing? Yo! We're getting fishing? I think we're getting fishing, boys. I'm seeing fish. I'm seeing ocean. I'm seeing an angler. Yo! Is it Path of Exile fishing time? Check out the new changes to Reliquarian. -1 frenzy, crit multi while you have no frenzies. Okay. Oh! Hits always shock. You can't deal fizz. Herald of Thunder buffs. And wait, I want to play a Herald of Thunder build. Yo, are we going Reliquarian? Maybe, maybe. I don't know if it's going to be better than Elementalist, though. Harbinger of Direction skill. I don't know what that does, but okay. Flash charge on crit. Okay. Extra cool if you have Sapphire, Ruby, and Topaz. Huh. That could be really good. Enemy stunned by your war cries, explode on death. Okay. Molten burst on melee hit. I don't know what that is, but okay. Damage pins 50 fire res. The first wheel, we have suppress and chance to avoid elemental ailments. Wait a minute, that's huge because then you could go what's the jewel where your chance to avoid elemental ailments is like equal to your suppress chance or whatever? I forget what that jewel is, but that jewel. You can go that jewel. Comes roots cannot be knocked. Ooh! Action speed cannot be modified below base. Cannot be stunned. But then you also can't evade. But then you can't be knocked back and you get 100 life. That could be tempting. Okay. Huh. This could potentially be good. You need a really high ES chest, though. Ooh! We got the Dawnbreaker set up here. Guaranteed there's going to be some conversion, damage conversion stuff here. That is going to be OP. I'm using a Vol skill, +2 to all Vol skills. That could be good, too. Okay. Oh, another cannot be stunned. And 20% of max life is converted to ES. Okay. Okay, you get a shrine. Skills chain. Projectiles that have chain. Gain 20% of non-chaos damage to extra chaos. Okay, that could be good. Okay, I don't think this is particularly great, but it's okay. Melding of the flesh? Wait, you get melding for, like, not free, but you get melding for an ascendancy on Reliquarian. That's... And it's a -5. That could be good, actually. 2% of physical damage to fire. And 50... Whoa, that could be good. Wait, this could be really good. Arcali's Fang on... Okay. Some summon stuff. Okay. That's pretty good. Phantasmal Might. Okay. +1 all spell skills. Okay, I mean, these could be good. These could be good. Where's like the X for... There it is. Okay. All right, let's see what Ziz has to say on this. Wait, am I? Okay, I got 17 minutes. Let's see what Ziz has to say about this.
Hi, Scissoring here with another video, and I just wanted to do a quick overview of this post that they've made about Mirage. Challenge League will ending soon, and you may be wondering what will happen to it when it does. Mirage was my favorite league of all time. Which really? Quite an achievement. I didn't think anything was going to overtake Sentinel.
I mean, it was good, but...
For a long time, especially Sanctum is very, very high up for me. Either way, Mirage system will not be going core in 329. So here's what happens when League ends. Core Atlas content, such as Astrolabes and exceptional support gems still remain. Transfusion support will not be obtainable from divination cards. Maps with empowered mirages that cover the entire map will not be openable in standard. Barriers will be usable, but there will be no way to obtain more of them. I do personally hope that quite a lot of the Mirage-related content makes it in to the core game.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that if it wouldn't.
Most of the like special editions, like the extra harvesting juice with like the reroll minion, all of those were really, really good for the game. I don't necessarily think they need to be part of Mirage. I thought they would give it the hole in the ground treatment. I'm basing on the name right now. A similar treatment to that, where it would not be something you could spec into, but instead it would be something that would just have a chance to appear. Like your map is a mirage and you're like pugging out because, oh, double content. It's really nice. And I think that's why I like Mirage so much, because when you like the game, Mirage is just more of the game. It is just like, you like Breach? Here's double Breach, but with a little bit extra on top. I feel like this league was just like, hey, do you like Path of Exile? Here's more Path of Exile, right? It takes literally everything you love about the game and doubles it. Definitely very, very easy to like.
Yeah, there was a lot of strategies that didn't require a lot of currency too.
Shrine belt.
Yeah.
So fun. I really, really hope that there's some way of getting that. Maybe it's a global drop now.
That'd be crazy
I don't know,
if they don't put that in.
But it would be a shame if that's not in. It was such a fun belt, and like A lot of the common versions were quite usable. We saw a lot of people who used just impenetrable shrine belts, and those were really good for a lot of builds. And then you had like, you know, the insanely like echoing shrine, right? Where it's like you just get infinite damage. It's impossible to do no damage with it. Some may find a way, but you know, it's like there's some crazy belts out there.
Oh, Quinn.
And yeah, it would be a shame if they don't go core, I think. But I don't know, like usually they say like this may be returning in some way. So since it's not, I would imagine that they're incorporating elements of it, right? That makes the most sense. So let's hope so. They did also make a little post about the antiquarian. They've obviously said that they're going to be changing the unique items available on this every league. So here they're showing one of the wheels. So we have On's Might, more accuracy rating, well, max frenzy charges, -1 max frenzy charges, 100 crit multi while you have no frenzy charges. I mean, this does make it possible to be at max while at 0. That's something we've done with like pacifism.
True.
So then you would quite easily be able to get 20% more accuracy, 100% crit multi. So that is like off the bat just like a cool thing there.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
That hasn't been used in a while, so we often
I haven't
get
done any
players being
accuracy
like,
stacking ever in
what are
PoE,
these used
so
for?
I don't really know how strong it is.
What are these used for? Like these like -1 max frenzy charges jewels are useless. So that's cool. I like weird stuff like that, even if it's not used. Namu Flame, trigger level 20 molten burst on melee hit and damage penetrates 20 fire resist. Now that's a weird one, because you can't put support gems on that when it's on an ascendancy. It is just extra, but it sounds garbage.
Yeah.
Because we already have molten burst, but when it's on the axe, you can support it. So that sounds terrible. I'm hopefully missing something. I definitely prefer that. I prefer missing something and being wrong than it just being bad, obviously. Enemies taunted by a Warcries explode on death. Pretty good. But forced cooldown of 4 seconds. Still pretty good. I like that. That's a solid node. Sacred Chalice. Gain a fast charge when you deal a crit strike. 20% fizz is cold, fire, and lightning if you used Ruby. Okay, cool. Neat. I like that one.
So here's the thing that's good about this one too, though. You can basically have 100% uptime on your flasks then, because the normal flash charge on critical hit has a percentage chance of happening. This is a guarantee, and it doesn't have a cooldown. So every time you crit, you will get a flash charge. So if you're multi-hitting targets, you're getting multiple flash charges as well. So, and then you're also getting just 20% fizz as whatever you want here.
Raider Harbinger of
Extra.
Direction skill. I have to look that up. Summons
I
an
don't know what
Immortal
this is
Harbinger.
either.
The minion will cast a random buff on you that grants the following: fire 2 additional projectiles, chain 2 additional times, or pierce 2 additional targets, or
Oh, that's
fork,
cool.
then fork an additional time. That could be really good for a few like mapping bow builds and related things. Fidelis Spike hits always shock, deal no fizz damage. Herald of Thunder is 100% buff effect and mana restoration. 25% chance to suppress. Wow. And avoid ailments. That one is nuts, especially early game. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. It's just like Elvira on crack cocaine. +2 level of all Vol skill gems and gain also for 20. Wow.
Yeah.
That one's insane too. Like the
it is.
first two I read here are correct out of the cool thing about the +2 level of all Vol skill gems is it does increase the normal part as well. So like when you have a Vol spark,
that's true.
It makes the normal spark. That's nice. Thumbs Druids, 100 max life, cannot be knocked back. Action speed cannot be. Wow. Just no downside. Just really good.
Well,
This
cannot
back in
evade
the day
enemy
would've been
attacks. That's the
super
downside, right?
valuable
But
for
everything else
things
is really
like doing
good.
Elder and New Brother and stuff. Dawnbreaker, 25% cold damage taken as fire light. Wow. And this will stack with Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's huge. That is massive. This is like game changing. This alone will make the ascendancy. Removes all
It'd be
energy
good for
shield, gain
hardcore at that
max
point, right?
life. Wow, we have a +8 back. That's huge. Gain max life instead of max energy shield. -12 life per level. Whoa. Nearby enemies convert 20%, 25%. Ooh, so that's like the ratio ascendancy, the ancestral.
Yeah, but it
commander.
also stacks with all
15% strength in
the everything
addition
else
to, though.
getting
Even Penetrable Shrine well affected by no flasks? Huh, interesting. Screams of the Desiccated. I guess the Shrine Belt is not making it in some way then. That's so sad, dude. Love that belt. Presence of Taylor cannot be stunned. 20 max life converted to energy shield. And it's converted, not added as extra. Gloom Fangs heals chain +1. 20. Okay, cool. Polaric Devastation. Converted to mean Ash and Frost. I don't think I'd ever take that. Maybe though. Melding of the Flesh, -5, all max res. LA Restaurant Campaign. Wow. That is pretty neat. That's pretty neat because it's not unchiefted. That's definitely a.
There's a lot of synergy on the Reliquary in this league for like converting damage to fire as well.
Level 20 race spiders don't kill. I'm really wondering how these are going to be, unless they're changing the gem system this patch, which would create an uproar. But there are several of these now where, I mean, okay, it'll be really nice early for leveling. Once you get this in Cruel, it'll be really nice. +1 level of all spell skill gems. Each summon Phantasm grants you Phantasmal Might. Ooh, that is really strong. Phantasmal Might is like Flat Fizz to spells. Raise it to everything.
Wait, does it stack? I didn't.
That's really cool to not have the debuff.
I didn't know it stacked though.
Shimmeron is insane. Spell block, crit chance, crit multi, and it's base crit. It looks like.
Yep.
Wow.
That is insane.
That is cracked. Femur of the Saint, +1 chance to block, to attack. Cool. I'm sure we'll see something on that. Trigger level 1 suspend in time on casting a spell. Interesting. Do we have that in the game? We don't, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's the thing from the it's the thing from the scepter from the
Oh, okay.
Removing. Okay, that's all of them. Either way, honestly, pretty cool. Pretty cool that they are updating that ascendancy every time. I like that a lot. And I think it'll be really cool for the game to just have something that's like shifting that much. Sometimes it'll be usted, sometimes it'll be
I'm gonna try to squeeze in part of another video before we start this. I'm gonna have to watch the time a little bit though. Fubgun came out of the video on this. I think it's like 10 minutes as well though.
Guys, so I wanted to make a new video going over
I'm gonna skip the intro.
Core, which in my opinion is a pretty big disappointment. I felt Mirage was one of the best leagues we've had in years.
I feel like it was really set up to go core
the
too.
Best league since like Affliction almost for me. Obviously Mercs is also pretty fun for a lot of people, but I feel like Mercs has a lot of issues. For me, Mirage is like the most fun league since Affliction. Just added so much to the base game, added so much farms, and it's really a you know, kind of a question mark here of why is it not going core in some way, shape, or form. Just completely removing it. And yeah, nothing about it is going core. Maybe the currency does. We don't know. Didn't touch on it here.
I mean, they do say it's not going core this league.
So what's the benefits of Mirage if you didn't play this league, or why I love this mechanic so much? First things first, just added juice to every single new mechanic or every single map you did in the game. My big issue with all these past league mechanics is that they just felt terrible to do in maps. You know, Keepers of the Flame, the breaches during the league did not feel great to do. They feel great now with, you know, Scarabs and Astrolabes, but back during the 3.27, they felt terrible. Same with Mercs. 3.26 with Mercs. Doing Mercs themselves inside the map also felt terrible.
Yeah, he makes some good points here, I guess.
Zero rewards. You found your Merc buddy with the perfect setup, then you never touch the mechanic again.
But yeah,
so once
you
again,
just do this,
the
right?
mechanic you run inside of maps, and then go back to 3.25. Celos League, same issue.
See, you can't. Okay, I'm reading ahead, but you can't do the allowed as a Scarab thing because then the Scarab becomes mandatory,
interacted with the mechanic inside the map pretty much like almost ever because it just wasn't rewarded.
I think you just have to like let it be a random chance.
Back then at least. So like we finally got an in-map mechanic that actually felt worth doing like for once in like 3 years, and now it's just gone, which yeah, to me it's a disappointment because like, man, this was a great fun in-map mechanic and now it's just gone. And we just went through years and years and years of no in-map mechanic of, you know, actually being worth doing. The next thing here, it did add a fun RNG element to every single map you did. You know, the random Rogers having stuff like 100% more currency, 100% more div cards, or the guaranteed Black Baria.
Yeah,
every single map was slightly different because of that and gave you slightly different views, and it made more of a fun.
Yeah, there was that little RNG
you didn't know what your
aspect
was
to
gonna
it.
have.
Made it fun, a little bit of a gamble.
And you saw 100% more currency. I was like, oh shit, this map's gonna be insane. And like that type of feeling feels really good to farming. Having these, you know, random RNG spikes of high moments is really what makes farming a lot of fun in PoE. You Yeah, this was one great thing that Mirage did add. You know, pretty much every other mechanic pretty much lacks, right? Every other mechanic is pretty static. You know what you're going to get every single map. The only exception here would be something like crop rotation harvest, which was also heavily nerfed in 3.28. But yeah, it was nice having this random RNG element that made every map, you know, slightly more exciting. The big one here, number 3, added value to almost every single elite mechanic that currently exists, and this was huge. For example, usually stuff like Beyond drops off, you know, middle league because the currency just becomes completely worthless. But Mirage kept it relevant for the entire league. So to give you some examples, with the volatile valor orb from Beyond, this only dropped in Mirages with Beyond, and this, you know, gave you the PoE 2 valor orb, where it made your uniques roll above their maximum. So for this golden charlatan here, you know, it rolls 30 seconds on killing a rare unique enemy to get a shrine buff, and you can get 36 seconds with the volatile valor orb. You know, mage blood, for example, don't have it here, but you can get a 5 blast mage blood. So it's just a really cool thing that helped you min-max a lot of your end game gear. And it's kind of sad if this doesn't go core. Once again, we don't know if the currency will go core and will not go core. They didn't touch on it. I really do at the bare minimum that the currency does go core, because all these items, the actual catalyst,
they were cool.
Refract and Fog, the new essence, and of course the volatile valor orb, my favorite one. This added so much more to the game, and it would be a big disappointment if these do not go core. These were just really great, and it's so much more fun to be maxing your builds, and also enabled some new builds to exist, because, you know, before you couldn't valor orb your uniques past their maximum roll range. So obviously that had some pretty big implications on some builds. Like I said, it just added value to the mechanics that usually weren't relevant for very long, like Beyond, and made them relevant for the entire league. Another thing, it added a new alternative way to juicy maps. You know, we got full Mirage originator maps. So, you know, these maps right here, where they had the full Mirage tag, so area contains an empowered Mirage which covers the entire map. And you can get these on tier 16.5 maps as well. Yeah, it had like a new alternative endgame farm, because you had a choice between doing like 8 mod maps, full Mirage maps, regular originator maps, right? Which was really cool. You know, you could essentially just choose what type of map you want to farm.
I don't know if I really agree with it as being a good alternate.
A brand new way to juice your maps, and once again, that is now all gone.
Like the best,
the biggest benefit of Mirage was the fact that it added so many new farm methods that would just no longer exist in 3.29. So I really do hope 3.29
that's gonna be the biggest downside.
Because yeah, removing Mirage is pretty much currently removing, I would say, like half of the endgame farms that currently exist. A lot of these endgame farms are just not going to function well without Mirage.
Okay, I'm going to get his final thoughts here because we are running out of time.
And for this not go core is a disappointment for me. I really do hope GG does announce something in the future, or it's like, hey, yeah, we'll go core eventually. But in the post, they didn't mention anything about going core. Usually in the past, how they do it will be like, hey, this will go core eventually, just not next league. But they didn't do this here. They just said Mirage is not going core, and that's it. So as of right now,
not going core this next league.
About Mirage. It looks like it's not going core ever, but you know, they do change their minds. They definitely can change their minds.
I don't agree with what he's saying here.
Minimum, like I said,
I think they're just saying it's not going core this league.
Just give it a random % chances upon every single map, and in my opinion, that would be good enough.
They've just been burnt. Anyway, they've been burned in the past for promising things in the future and then not delivering it in a timely fashion. So they're being more. They've been more cautious with promising deadlines and stuff like that. So I feel like what they're doing here is they're basically saying it will probably go core, but we're not gonna like hold ourselves to like making it go core. I feel like that's what they're saying. Okay, we got 30 seconds. That was like perfect timing, dude. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. You are allowed to co-stream Path of Exile's broadcast. Learn more.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile, and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile Curse of the Oriflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflame.
Let's watch, let's watch!
The Oriflame calls us to the sea. to a lost
Wait, it's a ship.
that still draws ghostly.
Wait, we're going under the water. Oh shit!
A curse down below.
What?
With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Orflame before the brine rot.
Seeing EB, I'm seeing. Okay.
Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Curse of the All-Flame. Yo, that thing looks sick. So we're going under the water. I saw some skills that are like, wait, we're building something? All-Flame crafting. Yo! Crafting League! Log in, boys! Abyss Reaper. It is PoE 2 Abyss. New Abyss fight? Legion improved. I didn't see what were those unique differences. Mercenaries! New pact spells. Anomalies. What? New uniques. Okay. Ooh, new ascendancy. Wait, what?
In the depths of the sea.
Wait a minute, we're getting a new ascendancy?
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile, Curse of the Orflame, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you.
Boys.
We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion.
Ooh.
In addition to revamps of the existing leagues, though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast.
Oh, fuck.
Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Orflame. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, Curse of the Orflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential.
That's a terrifying little sea
otter. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep.
Okay.
Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies.
The heck was he?
For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area.
Okay.
Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie, or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship. Quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Orflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die.
Okay.
The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Orflame, a powerful and mysterious magic. which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place all-flame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown.
Okay.
The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast.
So this is an out-of-map
These strange
league,
growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning.
It's kind of hard to see, but all right.
As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an all-flame lantern,
Maybe once you know what you're
Val
looking for.
will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed
that's nice.
over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can.
That's so
Lost
nice,
fortunes
actually.
of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves.
Why do they have that special icon?
You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring.
Okay.
You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough deadman sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journal.
Wait, are you gonna drowning orb
Once you've
kill
charted
us if we
enough
don't
areas,
make it though?
just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion.
Okay.
Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you.
What?
Sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound.
Interesting.
Since voyages are built of 9
Yo,
charts,
they're up to 71
that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue. as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now,
wait, so you get the
back to all
shards
that
by
dead
doing
man
the
sulfur
league
that you've been
mechanic
hard at
too?
work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play.
Okay.
Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur.
Oh no.
That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item.
Oh my
You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb?
Oh my god, that is insane!
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Oh my
Do be wary though,
god, this is
as the more
crazy.
potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done.
Holy
That's
shit.
not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats. These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
Okay. But did it give intangibility?
The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement
It does give
problems by
intangibility.
changing one attribute to another.
Okay, I think I know what intangibility
And
is
Brian
too, but
Hook's
that's pretty
Ducat,
sick.
with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters.
That's a fucking sick boss.
So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's
True.
not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favorite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast.
I
looking
don't really care for
hapless
the
fools to
mercenaries, but
duel.
I'm kind of indifferent.
Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan Code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences. If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas.
It's
Trathan
not
mercenaries
permanent.
are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the
Okay.
same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area.
Okay.
Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to
Interesting.
note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life, or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
Honestly, that's probably for the best.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class, the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find and rayclassed. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat.
Okay.
Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities.
Oh, fuck.
By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques, while the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Interesting.
Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas.
Yeah.
Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area,
indifferent on this change,
subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamak that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again.
Yeah, but it was more monsters, I'm pretty sure.
However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamak have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts.
Thank God.
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain.
Right, good.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Oh, shit!
This will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes.
Sacred Abyssal Crystal.
Lastly, for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss with its own set of brand new unique items.
Okay, cool.
This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out.
What?
Let's move on to our next league being reworked. Legion.
Oh,
Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment.
Okay.
Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of timeless jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere.
Okay, fair.
What are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items.
Okay.
Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagaro's Virtuosity. But now, the Malagaro's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots, gloves,
these could be really strong.
Shields, and body armors.
Okay.
In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting.
Okay.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols.
Okay.
Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years, they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance.
They've never been relevant.
Talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast.
Okay.
For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker
It's not corrupted.
What
Wait,
makes
it's
these
not
talismans
corrupted?
special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one. Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new talismans. Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses.
Okay.
Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
Holy.
So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 3.29. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with Mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Oriflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last 2 expansions. Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Raycraft. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter.
Okay.
It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item.
Okay.
The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers.
Interesting.
Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited.
Huh.
Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest.
I mean, that's kind of interesting.
Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas.
Oh no.
Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Holy, that's
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions.
Okay.
This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over. This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism.
Oh, no way. They put
Atlas
that in
anomalies
PoE1.
are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards.
Awesome.
There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue.
Interesting.
So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 3.29, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So, after the better part of 2 decades, in 3.29, we're making a fairly radical change.
Oh, fuck!
Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket.
Why is that one red?
We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it.
Bro, that's part
Maybe
of the skill
you
expression,
find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support
Not
gems
gonna
over
lie, I kinda
because
like
the colors of the
the
sockets just don't match,
socket
and you
colors.
didn't luck out with your chromatic
It's okay.
orbs.
We'll see how they
It's
do
not
it.
fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item.
Yes, it is.
This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean?
Yep.
Well,
I only
the
see
colors
red.
on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system.
Okay.
You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful.
Okay.
Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them.
Okay.
So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
Oh!
This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away.
Okay.
You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially
What
while
did I do?
progressing.
Okay, so it's
Speaking
just more
of builds and
quality.
gems, we
Okay.
wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically
Interesting.
for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells.
Okay.
We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin,
What?
the Occultist,
Okay.
and the Inquisitor. We are
Okay.
also introducing a new skill,
Yo,
Mana
the
Infused
shadow
Staff,
might be OP.
that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells.
Okay.
In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana.
Lightning?
One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You can
Okay.
make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it.
Better be.
For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus,
Okay.
while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several
Not the
exclusive
biggest fan of the armor sets right now.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins.
Okay.
The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill.
Yep.
Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity.
Map device is
Feel
kind of
free
cool.
to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the plague
Not really a
propagator
fan of that
experience.
portal either.
Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it.
Is that what's dropping?
The
Oh
Remedis
my
Pack
God.
series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
Okay.
The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague.
Okay.
The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations.
I like this
Strangely,
set more.
These Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by
that's
the
kinda
Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The
That's kinda
Remedis
cool.
Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to
Yo, that's a
recuperate
pretty
from your
cool hideout.
purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused.
Wait, this
If
is
you're
pretty
feeling
cool.
brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout.
Okay.
Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally,
Well, that's
all microtransactions
kinda lame,
from the
but
supporter packs
okay.
are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward
Yeah, I
to
definitely
seeing which
prefer
of
the
you choose
Remedis
to become the
supporter
plague
pack over the
and
plague
spread
one.
disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Orflame at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Yep. Okay, so with incubators being removed from the game, is Legion going to be a very good day 1, day 2 strat? I don't know. Abyss might be better now because you're not gonna be able to get Abyss jewels from anywhere else. You're not gonna be able to get Stygian Vices from anywhere else. The new League mechanic looks like it'll be really profitable as well. The crafting system looks interesting, very strong. What was this co-stream thing, by the way? Let's take a look, see at that. Oh, did I get my thing? Oh, whatever. What is this? I'm gonna read this while this does its thing. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's basically just saying that I'm allowed to do what I'm doing right now. Well, good thing. All right, this league looks like it could be really sick. It also looks like it could be mediocre. It does not look like it could possibly be bad, though. So that's good. feel about creating a whole class, a new ascendancy, specifically for mercenaries. I don't know how I feel about that.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been
he was here last time,
some
wasn't
other
he?
podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for like primarily for quite a few years now.
Wait, we did an interview with this guy before.
My hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So
it's a lot.
That's a later nuke. So.
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries,
got a little gut on him now.
And now Curse of the Allflame, I've been sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques, some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch, because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills. And probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things, Mirage, Abyss, Legion, Balance, Crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is like, I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious. Like, how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
nice.
We're all sitting there designing, like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1 is for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, it'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this with Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way, when first playing PoE 1, or fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was, I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear, that is like that's awesome. That's so the innovation behind that is so cool.
I agree.
So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, you know, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors.
That's fair, I guess.
And often
but
what we're finding is that
friction there.
Sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But or honestly, they don't even necessarily. I talk about the gear upgrades. They don't even. Sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades. You know, you can just once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like,
fair enough, I guess.
we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier.
Now that
make upgrades
you're
of
not
their
looking for
gear
white
without
sockets,
going,
you're looking for
I don't know what to do.
colored sockets now on your gear.
My gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have like when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do, it feels complicated, and this was part of that. So, you know, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry.
Okay.
You know, in the future we want to make more, but yeah, honestly, I think, you know, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
What, do we need to, you know, like, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like, do we, what are we supposed to do here? Like,
well, I
can we make this
that
change?
basically did happen.
Yeah.
Like, you guys called around to some of the other people.
Yes, we did, yes. So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But, you know, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
What's the point of a tabula
I've done
rasa
through
now?
the campaign while here, and I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each league.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, you know, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and, you know, I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and, you know, so that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, you know, some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you know, you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but, you know, getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage, whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is, you know, potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was like looking for a good base to drop that on, so that I could, you know, chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like you know, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You know, you're excited to see a chromatic.
to be fair, it was
kind of
nice to
funny
see
that
that in the
like chromatic
campaign,
went from
too.
being like less valuable than, you know, jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't say exactly how rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep a secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our list,
orb one.
our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always one.
see.
It has an order of precedence, so we moved the chromatic above the
Because
jewelers.
it's more valuable now. I see, that makes sense. Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interact with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before, so...
and that's my follow-up question is there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, do you guys do anything with tabula rasa or just kind of leave it, I imagine?
Thank you.
It didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of just works.
Six link, still a 6 link, yeah.
Still 6 link.
Yeah, what Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right
Wow,
colours.
those are going to be so much stronger
Yeah,
now.
but it's much easier to actually use them now.
What else did you do?
Yeah.
Pariah.
Yeah, so we audited all of them. Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6 link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket, you just don't get the bonus.
Yes,
it's gonna be so weird,
league
man.
is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool. Interesting. So it inadvertently kind of makes 6 links much more available early league, it seems. It's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool.
But that's probably a good thing, right? Because that makes it more accessible to more people,
Valve
which
did
is
a thing
their
with
goal.
sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Val Orb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket. But that colored socket will just be a random green or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
interesting.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket.
Yeah.
But we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets.
Okay.
For varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact
And
numbers.
now that they're going to be much more valuable as well, that makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Well, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. But, my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far. If anything, like, I guess if there's any negative I could probably nitpick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think so?
A little bit. I understand that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know, and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, or I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on socket colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Oriflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing.
Like delve and
I'm
expedition
curious,
at a
how
baby.
did this idea for this like Subnautican League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean-themed league. Because you can, go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast, or they're near the shore, or they're on an island, and therefore, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean-themed league. And from there, everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. The same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean, biome, assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE 1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb. Going in, obviously, it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So
fair enough.
That's kind of what helped inspire it, because we're also like, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE 2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
because it's fully on PoE 1.
Yes.
Yep.
And he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, let me give you that. And I was just like, massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, go to any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff, and so
sea otters.
Yeah,
I love otters. So,
the otters definitely caught me by surprise.
We had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago.
Control F otter,
and it's stuck in my head.
He's got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to
Okay, next
is like
question,
really weird.
Jiggy, come on.
So, I don't know. I'm sus.
So you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think I don't think we haven't had this like exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, because like you go into a boat, but We're not like what makes a boat league? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean. Do you have to be
fighting?
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think
fishing.
They would say.
Hold on. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness. With like
That's your line.
Screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would say.
We have not done that this week.
Thank you for not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat to boat cannons and blowing up.
Axis, yeah.
Isn't it a town area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
in the Deepwater hub. Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the All-Flame hub area on the Sovereign,
you can drop items on the floor on the boat.
It is technically a combat area, so you could,
in theory,
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah. I guess you can. I guess. Sorry, it was mentioned though, like, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics?
Can we ask actual questions
you would have
that
had
matter?
to consider that. Did you confer with the fishing team?
Got no silly questions.
I think that going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
But what if you're holding a spear though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because like we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Like
that's true. When I pitched the retheme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
like, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league.
Bro, what was the giant anglerfish we saw in that teaser? Then
there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know?
Okay.
No. All right.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics.
Yeah,
this is a complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not required for you to understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
Yeah. So. One of the benefits of Curse of the All-Flame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that, you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are, a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
Good.
Very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert is a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, it allows you to create a more immersive world. Submersive world.
I see what you did.
Immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
Now, there are some lessons that have been taken from previous out of league mechanics, where obviously the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, lead to in Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's, at least in what's the word I'm looking for here? An analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later. But it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, you know, some quite rewarding voyages. And that's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Sorry, analog.
Yes, yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions. Is because you have so many like axes to juice things in maps. How do you make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have some pretty. We have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, you know, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, you know, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which
dude, I don't know why I just got super excited for that.
But I like,
like not even like that.
I'm a PoE 1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, oh, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it, is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now, like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like, we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like All Flame, but they have both now, you know, to go to the hub area for All Flame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them. Right, and then go like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting.
Okay,
the
so you can
crafting
get charts
system's
and maps,
kind of crazy, powerful. You know, like
much, but we won't be nerfing
you know, a way that it can be thought about as you get in Hinakora's locks.
Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is. And
it's
you know,
kind of
so
fucking
there
nuts,
is
this
a very, very
crafting
strong
system.
motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like,
they've never explained the intangibility.
And that's generally how people play. I understand how I play.
Obvious what it is,
we're
but I
seeing
want
the
them to
same
talk
thing.
about
It's
it.
like, just, you know, you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, you know, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out of area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then who maybe like, oh, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like I think that's easy to miss.
I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. Importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, you know, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the Cursed Treasure Chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit when you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like
for the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs.
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean,
a lot of extra experience, a lot of extra monsters, I guess.
Definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Lots of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
What's this thing? I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set. Play this
oh yeah, for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yeah.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable.
Okay.
So that's like,
there will be like a vivid,
this mechanic just rewards
like life
this all
force
the time.
kind of thing to trade no matter what.
And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give any number of arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, the nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Now, you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The lanterns don't point at those.
I'm gonna get one shot by a fucking.
That's what you're getting. They better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it. As long as you follow it, as opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe 2, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really fast.
They're quite quick.
Yeah.
And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it
That was done
down
months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And like, let's get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
Yeah, you can't do an extent, can you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that right.
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part I do want to specify because, you know, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, you know, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like, you know when they are going to begin to collapse because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve. Like, that's
so you have
distinction.
You know, you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush clear speedy mechanic ultimately. Like, you can do it fast. You can go fast, but it's not like
like I said, people on alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute or less.
But pretty forgiving.
Yeah,
which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, you know, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time. And
drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the all flame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters, and not to drowning. And
then
that
why
is
even have the
generally the case whenever, you know, I've died when playtesting and also when I've seen, you know, players playing on alpha and stuff.
If that's the logic behind it, why even have the drown mechanic?
If you are being like playing real dangerous and like, you know, trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place the lantern to get the chest in order, so you don't have to be trying to do like.
But then
really
why have them collapse?
Going out into the water the whole time.
You'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like, when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player, I guess you'll lose one character and then...
I only drowned once and I was like, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really, you know, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much here. End up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small. Like, by the time you've placed all, you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started, maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like, there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing.
You know what? That's a really good point that I've never really thought about.
Exciting gameplay thing.
Backtracking,
and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed, because in the Void sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah. Awesome. So this all flame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinokora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, you know, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You know, it is essentially harvest, but wet, and that's not. We had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the all flame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms all flame and ghost flame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like, some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just get... You go down into a vortex.
You're in too deep,
and you're like, loss aversion kicks in, and like to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle. If that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like,
nice.
When you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting, so that you can use an Exalt or something, and then see 3 or 4 different potentials for that. And then choose your best one, and that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger crafts. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another all flame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you all flame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to all flame craft on that item.
Okay, that works a little bit different than I thought it was going to.
There are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then Awakener's orbs do a similar thing where it's creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with all flame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Oh, Jesus.
Gambling is fun.
Yep. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance, because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't have the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes, but for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, I'll tell you, you would never use a Varlorb.
Oh, for sure.
Aside from this way. With this being the case. So that in
you can make that argument for a lot of the different currencies too, though, to be fair.
If we had time.
I understand what you're trying to say.
I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what happens.
Cross the beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so... you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but it was, hopes too high kind of situation. It's too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across. because it was too in the weeds to go into the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
so
yeah.
in theory, with an exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is how it is meant to work.
So when it happens every
step of the currency item on the original item X number of
It doesn't mod block itself effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items like.
Well, that's mostly the ducats, which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's
Just
like
works with this.
Yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically. We had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented, and some of them were just cool ideas. And it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with all flame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. Yeah. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Vile Orb and that it wouldn't work, but
anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with all flame crafting because it simply can't.
Because it would.
Yeah,
you did like,
Okay. I thought he was
you need
about
like
to
a bunch
say
of
it
two
does work.
items.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get one item back. So
okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works.
Why?
If you want.
If you want, I guess. So I'm going to do that.
Sure.
Why not?
Spend some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, no, this one looks better than those ones.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to take number 3. Maybe. Can have any one of those you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap. But just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock-in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
so that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more changing the identity of a build than it is just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem solving sort of thing for sure.
no, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something.
Yo, you can tell this man games.
See, I would have expected it to obey the rules still, where it like can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the All Flame.
It's like older
it's the All Flame doesn't care about the rules.
Aside from
except the rules that it has.
for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with, giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm.
Yep.
Right? And so if we've, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder. So that's like the production. So that would, generally that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out, was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know, similar, like Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want Mirage in the game.
Nice.
But I want to do it in a way, I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, you know, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, you know, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we, you know, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should the active league get manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory because the active leagues in every area and it,
I mean, it would already be 100%
getting into that
mandatory.
realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like, oh, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps, and then
I think that's what you need to do.
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot, but it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PoE2 at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that, and then it becomes another tier 17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juiced in that, or you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it, and if you're investing lots of like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're going to just keep fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah, and it's just it's just a super exciting win when it does happen. It's not something you can plan around necessarily. So I imagine that's probably the route.
I suspect most people really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions is like, with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future. In the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the...
So, the uniques will not be going core just yet. There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits that you know, guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint rings. I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
Yeah, so sort
Heist
of we're like volatile valves are super cool. I wouldn't want to just I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The other one that we moved was the Crystallized Rancor. That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was in the live stream. There's like the big harvest is returned. So when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal, to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, and we have a goal there, which is ultimately two things, one of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will
Okay, but to be fair,
so going there with
you
Abyss
keep
now
throwing
as an
essence
example,
rewards and
and the
everything.
idea that eventually we
And
will add
essences
more
are
and
something
more and
you
more and
can
more of them.
invest
That
into.
one, of course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some. And by the way, I wouldn't consider Bestiary's 4 spirit beasts a pinnacle boss. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like, it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
no promises anytime soon, but just personally, I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
Looking forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe.
Yeah, Toda was one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that that's ignored.
I miss Harvey, baby. Bring me my Harvey.
I don't know why that would come up again, but just saying, these things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But something that you touched on was that rewards are PoE 1 structure, though. Like, they're not being copied over from PoE 2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Great.
However, the chests that spawn at the, rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like, it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like, that's, having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, maybe when you're leveling, you might Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
I think
so. Wait, the 6 can't be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, okay. Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah.
I just really like making monster skills, and I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, paying this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. There's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman. Which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job.
Breakdancing invulnerable snake woman.
Now you get to learn what the new skills are that the abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE 1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE 2, but keeping PoE 1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus, that, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE 2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE 1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things. Oh yeah, it's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised about just how much stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well. With a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory?
Yeah. Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions. Okay. So, for example, the Marraketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armor. So you can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like...
You can't create boss uniques.
No, you can't create boss uniques.
Yeah, that would be.
You can consume boss unique.
Yeah, you
can take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So it will randomly transform into a new core dropable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
So it's going to be a random.
So it competes with like Val orbing. This is an alternative to Val orbing.
Okay.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say. Well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting for sure.
It's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques. The balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1. But for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
I think it's like it's like 250. I think
250 life lightning coils. Pretty good. That's kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique, not just like some random.
Usually a single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that will port over. So
you'll kind of know.
Yeah, there's a few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods.
Right. Yeah.
I'm really wanting to do a Herald Thunder build this
one
league.
Specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So
maybe I won't be
flavor,
stuck
the main
to an
thing,
Impulsa.
the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
Good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE 2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You stole our idea.
But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that, eventually you can.
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I wouldn't say we're great. We're just, we're just minds.
Come on. So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legion's
right.
Do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legion, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like, another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like, Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a smaller pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because we've removed those other rewards.
Right, they're not being replaced. Like, instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So, okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop?
Yes.
You won't see those anymore.
Actually I was
excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, that's absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues. And I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope it's something players prefer. Instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life.
Ziggity interview.
The whole you couldn't break out. You had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to. Is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah,
I don't know what they mean by you don't
I'm
need
just
to
cycloning through the whole Legion, and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around a corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it, and with Abyss we're also like, new pinnacle, why not, because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction towards
more to come.
Yeah,
cool.
But I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns. And we're just going to cycle through them.
I'm really looking forward to what they do with Harvey
we have to go back to the start. So Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams. So things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they?
Okay.
Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh.
But if so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like in
it doesn't really work because they have to go from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah, okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have like you aren't taking a full party with you. But
Wait, I thought
Yeah,
they said
undecided if
in the
that will be
trailer
in
that you could
timeline.
have them for multiple
I
areas.
did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like, because
I'm guessing that's
now
just
this
not the
limited
case now,
thing.
huh?
It seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like,
Well,
they're stronger than me.
the main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need a balance around you giving them 1,000
Well,
DPS axes
yeah,
until we only
unless
prototype them. or
you're
whatever else.
a
Yeah, they seem to be
So,
powerhouses.
The
I'm
good
like,
thing is we can
Ascendant.
balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely
a
separately.
luminaire or
and
whatever.
that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the luminary, and I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class, where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it.
Seems like you can very much do the Doriani's prototype.
Yes. It's also
Purple's
interesting
toe,
if you're not a luminary,
still
because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very valuable mercenaries are.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called, the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die. I'm like,
oh, no. You're evil.
You sick bastard, Mark. You sick son of a gun.
Love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new set.
we've shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, you know, but there's still many permutations. But still, three very unique classes.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. That's true.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the, you know, icing on the cake there. Honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
There's stuff.
I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems for
Yeah,
this
I
patch?
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like?
But their survivability has been. No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to like put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
Figure it out.
Did you guys like improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was like a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there's like the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses, I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know like how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, like those
You can
inherent...
actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth you too much as stats, and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas, yeah.
So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just like, I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you did find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits the mercenaries a little bit more than the.
Ain't no way that we're fucking starting on Luminary though, right?
A little bit dire, leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found like another 5 of them. I found one of the like the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's like,
oh, that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones, and I got those guys, and I was just like sprinting through the zone, and he's like slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a support character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Titan skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, that won't be. Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables you to have the mercenary.
And then there's that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Scion and being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure, well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys removed the Scion? Who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
I do.
So obviously when we announced
because the first build I ever wanted to play was the Scion build, and I didn't have her, and I thought I was getting
wanted to play this thing, and I don't know where it is, and I don't know what to do.
Thought it was pay to win.
Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point.
What?
We should be adding new, interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like
that's a part of history, Mark.
People might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it.
I
know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
most
because
of us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
Everyone just has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun thing at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self-casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like, what are the problems with hand casting? It's like, what are all the different things we can change?
Hand casting.
I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game, and it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yeah.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable, damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness.
We could go
which
blade
sort of leans
spell.
into them
Wait,
being
dude,
very
there's
good for
so
Ignite.
much we could do this league. It feels
Yeah,
like
I noticed
already.
you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like same. I saw similar sort of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning spells.
Unique or something, right? Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like, it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells, because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those. So their damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The rain, the curse.
Please
of Magma Orb
try
is
something
finally over.
else.
I mean, there'll be a new curse, but hopefully
weird, awkward
we'll
spell.
change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the All Flame.
Not magma or rolling magma.
So
along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved, and Andrew's just like, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not to say
Good, I'm
there
looking
aren't
forward
any,
to
like,
it.
Nerfs
Might help me determine what I'm
related
going to play.
Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
There is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is I don't know if we'll ever see that in PoE 1.
So that's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
Yep.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not like a but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us like not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion, like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered another means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating and PoE,
that is insane.
We pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you're opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone, which... So, cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really...
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that.
Assassin
you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports, and now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakened supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awakened Burning Damage, Awakened Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage.
Non-damaging dot skills?
There's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which... Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people notice, but we have the helper text system now in PoE 1.
Yeah, the tooltips. Yeah. I definitely noticed. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's the tooltip right there.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
New stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
it's a lot of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
linking them all. You can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally. You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise game.
Exactly.
And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent. You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because it could, misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But it's a good QOL addition to the game, and good for onboarding as well. And so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah,
Andrew?
I was going to mention
the highlight, the circle.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release. And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords. So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused about last time, when he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people were going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Eternal terminology leaking
It's
out
about client-server synchronous. Yes.
But that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about. Well, we talked about cast on crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the death marked node, the one that applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the one or two
authority on this.
We often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two, but because some of these. We just instead went with more of a not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicit. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like they're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the league reworks, for sure. Instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately,
I would love for daggers to come into a meta.
People think is not on the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package?
I don't know how they would do it though.
And that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do, because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. and evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. It's like, you know, don't get hit, or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if
really
the
good
player
point.
base agrees, and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a good indicator.
Can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases, or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do it more dex, like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions, like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always going to be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE 1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits,
and that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
one of the benefits of having this, you know, cadence where we have the split teams with, you know, designers fully dedicated to PoE 1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
You know, we can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further. Thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Varl orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
What?
That is the thing that's happening. Yes.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they sort of... We've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have Val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something, you know, like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had... So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like, we just eradicate it so we can free up some, you know, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
Yeah. So
tell me more.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Veil corruption implicits.
Yeah, so
you can corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge, for example.
Well, that's a potential
What are
big
they
buff
yapping
to
about?
Dialogues,
They're
then it
yapping
seems like
about
that's a much
the
more
next
interesting thing.
You'll
to
see it in the
talk about.
patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss jewels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all
Bro,
the
wait, can I get explode on a Vol implicit now?
Damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
that's gone.
I think I petitioned you to
Nice.
get rid of those like years ago, and now I didn't even ask you this time. I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
Memory hole.
One of those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine?
I can't remember.
You can't do that. I need that for a reason.
That's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was gonna say like this is the sort of change that affects like very pinnacle high-end crafting because like you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did for some reason drop synthesis items. For example, Ritual
Which is everything
and
but
Heist.
synthesis. Let's be clear.
Yeah. So those might be the next leagues in the future on the like. Let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are like much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat bounces in the other direction though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of true.
Well, so part of my follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. Is like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas Anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas Anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy?
Yo, Zana is destroying the map or the Atlas anyway, right?
You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though. Doryani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doryani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. Okay. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care about?
Yeah, too much.
I mean,
not if it's too.
That's the impression I've got in the past.
If
is
that
like
was 3,000, whatever, obviously the magnitude matters. It's, you know, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like out of control.
There's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Oh my god, I hope not.
I don't know. Not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the chaos orb as a drop now feels weak, right?
I think
that is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up chaos orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop.
Yeah.
Like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird. But if it does cross the line, then I mean, I guess it's not even really a line. It's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
Okay, fair enough.
Said we have added a couple
I'm
of
burying the lead.
Yeah. So we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them. So
only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for chaos orbs now. I saw.
Yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE 2 chaos orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that. And then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there.
That's a crafting bench recipe?
Yeah, that's going to sink a few chaos orbs. I saw that one of them was like...
That'd be really useful,
We'll keep an eye on it.
like.
I wouldn't want chaos to become pennies, you know? Which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
call it divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiaries had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those,
yeah, you can... a Rex just looks like some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird. You can plus birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
One of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I feel like historically beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every simplex amulet to become 2, right? Like that was where this came in. We started discussing it and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay. I mean,
because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
That makes sense.
It just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
like
that,
even if you don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah.
And in many ways, the new Oriflame crafting is splitting items.
Sure.
In a
somewhat.
In a sort of way.
If you want to do the original intent of the,
you can only keep one of them.
Closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very similar to that, which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods in the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea.
Yeah. So like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
so your number one. It's my number one for like
our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh god,
it's a dire rework.
It is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
it is the number one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Okay, cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities.
Yeah, but it still has a like relevant place.
Things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept though. Like going and capturing beasts, like wild spirit beasts, is really cool. And that's kind of why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
anyway, I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel.
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
We've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there, because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of, and there's
bestiary
all this cool content stuff,
you're
and every time
working
we're
on
weighing
it,
the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
Because if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Make league good.
Something that I saw kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something like that?
Recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes.
Where's the other guy that normally does this? The short Asian guy? I don't know if he's Asian. You're talking about.
When I imagine a modernizing pass, that's kind of what I imagine.
The only problem is that is a lot of programming
and
work.
Jonathan and Mark,
every solution we came up with was like
Mark actually is.
We've done all the like 1 day tasks.
I'm not
now
sure
we're in the mini day to week tasks. And we're like,
you could be right. I don't
it's just getting
know for sure,
again. it will be a focus.
But
That makes
actually,
it a
Mark's
candidate
not even
for more
supposed
of
to be
like
here.
a best area 2.0, like a more substantial
Andrew are
thing
the
since
two
it is
new
going to come to
guys,
work anyway. Just untangle
and
that.
they're the PoE 1 guys.
Not necessarily as an
where
active
Mark
league, though it
and
could
Jonathan
be, but,
have shifted their
I'd
focus
say it's currently
to
still
where
probability.
they're making the changes in PoE 2, and they're just
similar to like
overseeing
Abyss and
changes in
Legion this
PoE
time
1.
round. It'll be
And
here's a new league.
Octavian
Here's a bestiary
and
rework.
Andrew are actually the
Insert
guys
other
that are
things
making
here.
the changes in PoE 1.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality
And Mark
of life
and Jonathan are
technical
just kind of giving their
questions
seal of
here.
approval,
EU
making
servers
sure
seem
that
to be
they're
having some
okay
major
with
issues
the
each league
changes.
launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard.
So Mark's actually not
Any
supposed to be
news
here,
on
but he's
sources
like
of that
here
issue
to
or
like
potential improvements on the horizon.
oversee or something, I guess. Kind of like
None of us three know about that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team, so we just don't know honestly what's going on.
But yeah, Octavian, the taller guy on the right, and Andrew, the shorter guy on the left.
I'll get on it.
They're the main PoE 1
we talked about
guys.
the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to as from the helper text thing. We just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But those people are working on
I don't
PoE
know
2,
what
big
his
upgrade. So we've got to find these like windows where like kind of
heritage
main tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work.
But
otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all, trying to maneuver
Asian.
it over, and they don't understand.
I can see it if he is, but I don't know if he is or not.
Parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily, and they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back, and we just need to do some of that really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of the Awaken trade that I would keep me using.
Good news is,
even if you had the in-game price checking that was working.
Jonathan doesn't really impact that at all anymore.
Macro,
so
the ability to like go to return to your hideout.
The guys you're looking for
and
are
the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
Have you been here the whole time, Midnight, or are you just tuning in?
Well, why not? It's just a
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1.
Jonathan's made a lot of
that
bad
might be just
changes.
like a little
also similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a
we could have a return to hideout.
Were you tracking the fact that
or just a go to hideout?
Sockets
obviously it won't
don't
always
matter
work.
anymore.
Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work,
you can put any gym color and any socket color now.
Maybe then do one for like, slash King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Off your keyboard,
and by default,
we
things
got a
will
lot
have
of
all
keys,
white
but,
sockets.
these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's some are more
chromes
using
are still very important.
We'll start with those ones before.
So things by default will be white sockets.
Oh, that would be amazing.
And you'll use chromes to put colored sockets on
just like,
gear.
when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over it. Change tabs them back.
We'll give you bonus quality to those gyms.
Great, awesome news. The Toter event caught me by surprise.
Chromes
Trial
are
of the
much
Ancestors.
rarer now.
I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like.
You are Jupiter because you are stupider like Uranus.
Okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going.
Okay.
Could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options.
Why what?
And then I think there's been a bit of a because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
They made that change so that
and it was like, it's gonna be so much work.
They
to bring
felt
it
like
back.
that was
Turns out it wasn't that much work.
Barrier to
it
entry.
took a programmer like 1 day to revive.
Yeah, they felt like
ended up being way quicker than we had expected.
Often new players would get upgrades and feel like they couldn't use those upgrades because they needed the specific gym colors while they were leveling through the campaign, right?
Or otherwise,
and you couldn't get those gym colors easily.
But yeah.
So they felt like it was a barrier to entry to new players that really didn't need to be there.
nah, I don't get it. I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this. Like, I want them to make it core. Like, this seems to, some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on the, well, ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing? And that way certain people play it.
Why the extra player power for quality? Because they elaborate on that too, and they
still room to integrate it into core.
They still felt like it was part of the identity of PoE 1 to have these sockets and these colors and then to be meaningful. And they didn't want to just remove the colored sockets entirely.
Then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do
and they still wanted the chromes to have a purpose as well.
So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
So they decided to do
like it's just totem rugby.
That the quality would be something worth putting.
It has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
That putting that back into it or whatever. And they think that there will be some power creep with that, but it won't be too bad. And they've adjusted some of the uniques that already have that quality and stuff like that.
Is there some random chat questions we have here? So
depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just kind of, they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mod.
Interesting. That's kind of wild.
Yo,
imagine you can't create a replica unique because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the
you don't want to cheat that.
Getting all the boss drops and no one just killed the bosses.
It's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice, that makes sense. Can we get log into hideout or so like that option that logs you back into your hideout? I think PoE2 has that.
As much as no one's gonna like the answer, no. Their logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
Why?
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players.
Why do you not feel that way on PoE2?
As soon as you can just bypass that. And again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it.
Okay, but why do you not feel that way in PoE2?
Say it. I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
No, that's a fine answer if it was universal across both your games.
In the recently teased Animate Guardian UI, the teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or two ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. It's, you can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary, you can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure. It's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two main games, two titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people, just before the stream was started, I saw a few people going, last PoE 1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 330. It will be before the release of PoE 2. And so... It's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like, there's been 30 expansions since the 3 series. Right?
Yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas, and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully, since these guys are wrapping up. But
Point 3
should be epic.
confirmed this
PoE 1,
year.
PoE 2,
Or point
big
3
end of year for us. absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah,
absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much.
Did they do a digital ticket for ExileCon?
Thanks very much for the
Maybe I should look
Thank you
into
very
that.
much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Yeah.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right, see you guys later.
Stay cute, chat. Aww. All right, dude. I am pretty excited for the PoE League. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go get something to drink because there's stuff in my water, and then we should have patch notes. So we're gonna take a look at patch notes after that. So be right back, chat. I'm gonna leave you on this screen. I'll see you in a second. Wait, did they raid Mathel? They just raid Mathel or what? All right, we got the drop. I don't know where to see that. Where do I see the drop? Ah, right here. Got it. Sick. Yeah, so it turns out I think the shit in my water was charcoal from my filter. For my water filter or whatever. But yeah, good stuff, dude. Nothing like a little bit of charcoal in your water. All right. Let's see. Do we have patch notes? I think we were lied to. I don't see patch notes. Well, are we going to have them soon, maybe? Oh, this is PoE 2. Wait a minute. Maybe it'd be here. 3.28.0K. Okay, no, I don't think that's correct. Announcements, maybe? I don't think it'd be this, right? Yeah, this is just what's going... Oh, is this just the different... Okay. I do want to take a look at...
Used as part of a voyage.
The charts. Because if I'm going to fully commit to the new league mechanic, I want to know like how this works, right? So let's see here. What can we get? Wow. Minus max with pen. Yikes. Increase dead man sulfur. And then it rolls a dead man sulfur. Or maybe that's the same. I'm not sure. That's a pretty high monster pack size. Okay. I think it might be the same because this one is 60% as well and is showing 60% here. That's kind of a weird way of doing that, I feel like. 30%, 30%, 60% quant. Wait, what the heck? 60% quant by default. Okay. Then how does this shit work? I don't understand really exactly how you get these. So you do these. Or wait. So this is a chart. What is this thing called? It's still a chart. So wait, can you run the charts individually and then... Wait, I'm so confused on how this works. Let's listen to this. Maybe... Or maybe we missed something else. The kings and queens, and we run this. No, I guess you do just... Wait, so how do you get the voyage thing or whatever?
As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an you need them. You might even find but have that despise exploring to collect charts. Just talk to boring details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion.
Once you've charted enough...
Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage. Applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold.
So wait, do you run the chart first, and then when you clear it, then you use it for your voyage?
This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean.
Wait a minute. Do all of these modifiers stack on top of each other when you're doing a voyage? If so, these could get insanely hard.
Floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot. Kalguran shipments lost at sea. And sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters. To name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake.
What do these symbols do for you? I don't really understand what these symbols are doing
Pick up
for
the
you.
way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the...
So, like, I understand that you're, like, you build the voyage and these symbols, like, line up or whatever, but maybe they have to line up. Maybe that's the point of them. Like, if I wanted to do this L shape here, then I would need to connect to the right here kind of thing.
And create one giant seafloor excursion.
No, because he just places one right here with nothing connected to it. So yeah, I don't really understand what these do. Wait, these modifiers are stacking, aren't they? Wait a minute. Back this up. And then go like frame by frame here. So if he puts this down... Ah, so this chart, I'm guessing, had those modifiers on it before, which is what labels it as the area. Fizz is extra fire, lightning, chaos. Modifiers from adjacent. Monsters in the area are at least magic. Pack size, okay. Area contains an additional pirate's locker. And that's coming from these things, I think. Okay. And then when he puts it down, it gets the modifiers from the chart, right? Which is the physics, extra fire, lightning, chaos. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what these symbols are supposed to be doing.
Connect them together.
35% increased rare monsters, 2 diviner strong boxes. Wait, did those come from like other? Contains 3 additional imprisoned monsters. Maybe this is what dictates the adjacent 2 additional operative strong boxes. Okay. Let's see what this cross one had for it's like implicit here. Area contains 2 or adjacent modifier. Adjacent areas contain 2 additional cages of tormented spirits. Okay, so then he places this down. So then this next one right here should get additional spirits, and so should this, right? Yeah, it's already, okay. You can already see this square is going to have, okay. It's also getting this rare monster. Is that from that maybe? So maybe that's what the lines mean. It's showing what the additional areas are. Which, if that's true, that would just mean that the cross shape is always the best one. Because it affects the most areas.
And create one giant sea.
Like, if we look at this one, right? What did this one have? This one's not an adjacent one. This one's a voyage one, okay. So it just gives more quant for this one right here only, right? But you don't see that. Huh. So there's no way to see the voyage stats? I guess. This is also a voyage modifier. This is just 20% increased magic monsters for the entire voyage. It didn't say for this area. Yeah, I guess so. Or I guess we'll see it with this one right here, right? It's weird that there's going to be different area levels too. All right, this is a rarity of items found in the area. Okay. Yeah, 20%. Okay. Okay, I think that's how that works then. I'm not entirely sure though. Yeah, so I guess the cross would just always be the best symbol then.
Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage.
Okay, so yeah, you run the chart first, and then you get this second line of code, or a second line of text. Then you can run that as a voyage. Okay, yeah, they just said it right there. So every chart is a individual map, and then it is a voyage. Okay.
Applied to either the charts adjacent to it, or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold.
So he says it's either adjacent or the whole area, but we did see an example where it said quantity of items in this area. I wonder if the voyage as a whole counts as an area.
This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface.
Do they talk about how you get charts in the first place, or?
This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest.
I guess you just get them from maps from these event things, I guess. I'm guessing you can't get them inside of charts then. It would be pretty cool if you could self-sustain charts though. Let's take a look at the new Scion Ascendancy here. Do they leak anything that we can see better?
The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the noble blood.
All right. I'm sure they've tested this, but could you ascend to a luminary, hire mercenaries permanently, then unascend luminary and become a different ascendancy?
Passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally.
I feel like, how would you stop that from happening? Is there a way you can even stop that from happening?
In combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques. While the
mercenary can equip unique weapons, shields, quivers. Your mercenary and their minions deal 8% more damage for each unique item they have equipped. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Legendary Arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory
3% less cost of link skills. Link skills have infinite attachment duration. If your linked mercenary dies, the link owner does... Wait, the link owner does not also die. Oh. Increase projection and light radius also apply to the effect of your link skill buffs on your mercenary. So you light radius stack link skill.
Passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passive.
If mercenary's life is higher than your own, 20% of damage from hits is taken from your mercenary's life before you. If your mercenary's life is lower than your own, 40% of damage they take is recouped as life. Okay. Mercenary taunts on hit. Your mercenary has 50% increased effect of non-curse auras from skills. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wait, so if you got a freaking mercenary with some giga auras, they have 50% increased effect.
Enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills.
50%
As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to
less chance to be intelligent,
much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries.
House of Kiata. Or Templars and Marauders. Okay.
You want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected.
Okay.
The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items.
Interesting.
And
okay.
the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly
Wait, wouldn't these two things stack? Do you get items from these mercenaries? Because then you could just make it to where you have 3 mercenaries with all unique items, right?
Fair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters. Sellswords of Trathas won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however.
Okay, is there anything else that I really want to, like, go back through on this? What's this? Oh, yeah, let's take a look at what the Abyss, So we got additional Abysses, which is the same as before. Abyss pits an area that do not contain a reward, instead create an Abyssal Crystal. Abyssal Crystals. Each Abyssal Crystal shattered increases the difficulty and reward of all subsequent Abyssal monsters spawned from pits. Okay. 20% chance to contain 3 additional pits. 4% increase per prior. Okay.
Is to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly, for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new in-game pinnacle boss.
And he's got
with
like a
its own
weird way
set
of summoning
brand
him,
new
huh?
unique items.
So these for sure look like abyssal jewels, right? So we got new abyssal jewels, it looks like. And then this looks like it's like a 2-handed axe, like scythe thing. It looks pretty sick. I wonder if it's useful at all. And then a helmet.
This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out.
Bro, are we gonna have to like construct a face or something? I don't know, man. They're like showing the map device with it too, though, so can be used in a personal map device. I wonder if it's gonna be like a form the face in the map device kind of thing. Probably is, I would guess. %fire. Okay. Oh shit! Wait a minute. It keeps the level requirement of the. Ooh, dude, these could be so good, man. I hate that it's random though. That's so much RNG. That is so much RNG. Oh my gosh. All right, it could be sick though. Because I mean, but then you have to run this. You have to run the timeless conflicts. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. That is a little bit annoying. All right, let's see if the patch notes are out. There they are, dude. Okay, patch notes time. All right. I'm probably not going to read through everything. But let's start at like the revamps here. Let's see if we missed anything. Holy shit, that's a lot. All right. Yeah, we've already done all this. We already know. Abyssal delirium orbs can no longer be obtained. Okay. Abyssal jewels can no longer roll increased damage with hits and ailments against abyssal monsters. Minions deal increase. Okay. I mean, that's fine. These are terrible mods anyway. That's actually a huge buff to abyssal jewels and like crafting them. The abyss scarab limit is now 5 from 2. Holy. Modifiers that cause. Wait. If an area already has an abyss, modifiers that cause areas to contain additional abysses will instead add 2 additional pits. Which is this saying you can only have 1 abyss, but then if you add more, you just get more pits? Okay. Abyss chasms and area spawn 100% increased monsters per soul fed. Okay. I don't know exactly what that means. Is it increasing the amount of monsters that pop out of the pit after you close the pit? That must be it, right? Afternoon, boss man. We looking over update notes? Yes, sir. What's up, Moon? How's it going? Moon, I started watching that Heavy Night anime. It's so shit. It's so shit. I watched 2 episodes. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. It's so shit. You're right. The animation's not bad, but the fucking anime is bad. It pissed me off, man. The animation was good. Like, the fighting and stuff was good, but, like, I'm so tired of these animes that are, like, video game animes where they're, like, Like the idea of the anime is good, but as soon as he was like, the Heavy Knight's the worst class in this world, but I know that it's best because, you know, I played the game, and in the game it's really good, and it's a complicated class and nobody knows about this. I instantly cringed and went, I'll give you a chance. And then the first ability he gets, like the whole concept was, oh, it's too hard to solo level, so people think it's a weak class. And then he just kills like 100 fucking monsters with one ability. That's the first ability you get in the fucking tree that he chose of 3 trees. Like, it's so complicated. No, not the parry ability, the fucking like fortify wall ability. It was so stupid, dude. Oh, this class is too complicated, so people think it's bad. I get my ability where if my defense is double their attack, then they just take my defense worth of damage. That's not a complicated ability, and it's fucking OP as shit. No, it can't activate unless he's double their attack. Yeah, the second episode, he unlocked the parry ability, but I didn't watch the third episode, so. To be fair, you only know that his defense has to be double their attack because he says it when it like shows the description of the ability. It doesn't say anything about that, so I thought it was even more broken than it was. But it's like, brother, you have an AoE insta-kill ability that took you from level 0 to level 8 in like 10 seconds. And you're telling me that nobody in the world that you live in had enough of a brain power to be like, yep, that's broken and OP. Everybody in the world's like, nope, you're super weak. Are we so serious right now? Are we so serious right now? I'll have to like refresh my memory on what Lord of Mystery is, but that sounds familiar. I think I've checked it out. I feel like I've watched some of that and I got bored with it, I think. Let me is it mysteries or yeah. Let me get a image search real quick. Is it a Chinese? Oh, yeah, this is the Chinese anime. Yeah, I got bored with it. I watched like 5 or 6 episodes, I think. He got overpowered way too fast. But yeah. I would love an anime with a story similar to the Heavy Knight anime, where he actually has to struggle a bit to get to the overpowered part. Or it's actually complicated, and it actually isn't so obvious that he's overpowered as fuck. Yes, first season of Shield Hero, yes. Well, even first season of Shield Hero was like mediocre, if I'm being honest, but that's more in line with it, yeah. Yeah, I need more anime where it's like not so like, you know what it feels like? It feels like the kid who liked anime way too much in high school and got picked on for it, grew up, started writing anime, where he's like the good guy in the anime, and that everybody else around him is just so stupid and can't understand his intellect. And now he's writing anime. That's what it feels like. And it's so fucking cringe. It turns me off of the anime instantly. Imagine if I had this animation style. I don't really like if I'm rating Heavy Knight on its animation style, I'm giving it like a 6 out of 10. If my problem with it is it's like too floaty. Like, it feels like those cheap like AI like video game commercials where like the head isn't like attached to the body correctly. You know what I mean? Have you seen Tomb Raider? I want to understand your scale. If we're talking about animation, a 10 out of 10. I don't know if I'd say it's a 10 out of 10 animation, but like one of the best animated one of the best animes for animation, Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer or Chainsaw Man. All of those are really good animation. They do way better in the movies for Demon Slayer. I mean, both are good. You look at the is it upper 4 or lower 4 or whatever demon fight where it's the twins, the brother and sister. That is an insane sequence. Even like season 1 Demon Slayer, where he fights like the upper 10 or whatever, the spider guy with the spider family. All of that animation was crazy. Yeah, Fear is pretty good as well for animation as well. But yeah, no, my problem with the Heavy Knight animation is it's like 3D. It's like 3D, and it doesn't, like, the head doesn't seem like it's attached to the body correctly. It's very floaty. Like, the bodies are very floaty. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but, like, maybe I can, like, Heavy Knight anime trailer. Maybe I'll, show you what I mean, like, with a trailer. Like, it's not bad. It's pretty good. But it's something about the base animation, like this shit. Like, you can't see because these words are on the screen. But like right here. Like, if you just look at her head and her shoulders, like, her body doesn't seem like it's one unit. You know what I mean? Like, it seems... Something's off. And in the fights, this is the other thing I don't like about the fights. So, the characters that are fighting here are really good animation-wise, but the scenery and stuff makes no sense with their fight. It makes no sense with their fight here. So, like, how... They're not really taking into account that he's moving around, right? And the spider's supposed to be moving around as well. But then their bodies aren't lining up with their movement with the scenery. Stuff like that. Like right here, you can kind of see what I'm talking about with like the scenery and the movement and stuff. Like right there was like a really good example of it. Like with his body and the scenery here, it just doesn't match right. So yeah, like it's not bad. Like I could watch the animation portion of this. It's okay. It's wrong angles, but it's also just the animation style that they chose. I feel like this is it's cheaper production wise to do the animation style this way. I think that's what kind of thing, right? So I don't know. It's okay. I could watch this anime with this animation. It wouldn't stop, but the fucking story stopped me. The story stopped me on this one. What's this? Oh yeah, dude, this is a great fucking Naruto fight. No. This has got to be one of the best Naruto fights in all of Naruto. The pain fight is so good, dude.
Rage summons him forth.
Ew, English.
Do you hate me now?
Ew, the English is so bad, bro. Why is it jumping around so much? it's like not showing any of the good animation. Where's the good animation, dude? Where's the part where he like does like this part? Or wait, was it before this? Yeah, I think it's a little bit before this, actually.
Planetary devastation.
No, I don't know. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, that's my problem with Heavy Knight and its animation. The bodies feel floaty and the environment doesn't feel like it matters. Where he flattens the village. No, I was thinking about when like Naruto's shooting his like chakra bullets or whatever through the rocks that Pain is like bringing up into the sky or whatever. But yeah, I would keep watching Heavy Knight if my only problem with it was the animation, but the story turned me off instantly. I just wanted to fucking punch a baby after that. Chainsmoker got its good animation. It's not for me. I watched the first episode. It's not for me. It's not for me. All right, anyways. What else is in here? Oh. Okay. So we got Abyssal Jewel buffs. Oh, we got nerf. Oh, what the heck? Why are we nerfing the max mana? Wow, these are a big increase. Holy shit, 8 to 59. 23 to 32. Oh my god, dude. These are huge jumps. Bro, these are big ass jumps in damage. I actually have a pretty reliable way of crafting these jewels too, so maybe this league we're gonna make a bunch of money off of jewels. Abyss jewels. Okay. Oh, wow. Movement speed minion buff. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be useful still or not, but fair. Interesting. Wait, so you could essentially get critical strike chance immune from Abyssal Jewels. Interesting. My anime fight scene submission. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I don't know if I've actually watched the anime all the way through or not, but I've seen this fight scene before. Let me see if I can find the one that if we were gonna submit, let me see if I can find it. Okay. What is this one? Ah, yeah, this. Let's see if this is the fight. Let's see if this is the fight I'm thinking of, but it would be from this anime right here. Is this the fight I'm thinking of? I think it is.
Never before have I
Oh, no,
seen
it's
a
not.
Chinese anime that can even serve.
All right, this is not what I thought it was going to be. Let's just do it. What is it? Fog, Hill of 5 Elements. I think it's this fight, maybe? Yeah, this fight's sick as fuck, dude. This anime was pretty damn good, I'm not gonna lie. Well, if you can call it anime. Oh wait, this is not even the fight I was thinking of, to be honest. I thought this was a different fight. So fucking good, dude. I miss this anime. I'm about to rewatch this. How long is this fight? Holy shit. Yeah, anyways. Fucking sick. I think Tadoni had a submission as well. Let's see what Tadoni is. Oh yeah, this was the fight I was talking about before. Wait, why does this look so bad? Bro, this is what I'm talking about though. Like, I think it's because they're trying to update, like get the quality higher. But these characters look like they're like green screened onto an environment. They don't look like they're a part of the environment. I think it's because they're trying to make it a higher quality version or something too. No, I don't think it has anything to do with the FPS. It has everything to do with the fact that they're trying to make the characters a higher quality and they don't do the same thing with the background. And this is kind of actually, I'm sad to say that Demon Slayer is doing the same thing that Heavy Knight I was criticizing for, right? Where, like, if you watch this fighting sequence, the characters look really good. But then you watch the ground, there's no rubble coming up. The characters are floating above it. Like, the environment that they're a part of isn't a part of the fight. And it feels like shit. Like, look. He lands, he's sliding backwards, but there's no, like, debris or anything going with him. Like, it's cheap. Looks like shit. And, like, that was another good example. Hold on. Like, so he does this big AoE, like, tonal attack right here. but none of the loose debris comes up with it. Like there's all of this like these sticks, these stones, these like there's dirt, everything else, but it's just a clean like blood attack forward. Like the environment, like if it's gonna be good animation, the environment has to be involved. Like right there, that the environment was involved, right? So like it explodes, the rubble comes up, right? But like right here, they're floating. The environment doesn't matter. I hate that. Right, that was good. See, that was good. Tanjiro slides and there's the dirt trail that goes with them. Like that's good animation. But yeah, the whole like they're floating above the environments and the environments aren't a part of the fight. I hate that. It drives me insane. Anyways, I think I have one more that you guys linked, right? Let's see what this is. I feel like I recognize this. See, this is better because like they're still floating a little bit, but you can see the environment's involved to some degree, which I appreciate. It's much better. But I will say like that's another thing that bugs me in animation. So like this snake like hits the ground and creates rubble right here, but then there's no impact on the ground afterwards. It's just still the same. It's stuff like that that I like pay attention to, and I'm like, if you're gonna say it's good anime, it's good animation, you need to involve things like that. Okay, what the? I feel like I've seen, like, I remember this little dog. Yeah, in the P. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know what this is from or anything like that, but I feel like I've definitely seen this before. All the Mowers Veil. Yeah, I see that's in the title, but I don't. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't recognize that. Sam, my name is Mr. Pokemon is real. Oh no, I recognize that. I know that's the anime name. I'm saying I don't recognize the anime name. I feel like I recognize this anime. Like I feel like I've seen this fight, or at least part of this fight before, but I don't recognize it from the name of the anime. What the? Why is this fish got electricity going on? Does fish just eat that snake? What the? Okay. Anyways, back to patch notes. Fish got banned due to being broken? Ah, I see. Okay, Legion revamp. What do we got here? Wait, added 4 crystals. I thought he said there's 5. Wait. Is this a typo? This might be a typo. I think there's supposed to be 5. And they, ooh, 10% experience gain on every emblem. Yo! This could be good for leveling up characters and stuff, though. Shrouding Crystal, Imperial Crystal, Marketh Crystal, Templar Crystal, Vol Crystal. Wait, that's a typo then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they've done 5 crystals. So this is a typo. This is supposed to be 5, not 4. Okay. Incubators don't drop. Yep. The Delirium Orb is no longer a thing. Okay. Ew, that's unfortunate. Okay. There's a stash affinity for incubators? Bro, I never knew this whole time. Holy. And now they're gone and I don't have to worry about it, but Jesus. Outside of Legion encounters and maps completed by King's March Atlas runners. Okay. We can no longer drop outside of Legion encounter. Wait. So they were getting timeless splinters outside of Legion encounters somehow? Oh. I didn't know that. Okay. No longer rolls. Okay. More timeless splinters on average. Okay. Oh. Non-sergeant, non-general monsters no longer drop timeless splinters. So only sergeants and generals will drop timeless splinters. Good to know, I guess. Lower the effect of map item quantity on the chances for sergeants and chests to drop timeless splinters. Okay. Now grants 0.3% to drop emblems instead of 1.6. Now grants 10% splinters dropped by Legion generals. Okay. Chest or monster duplicate splinter chance. So what does it? Wait, what does it do then? Or is it now this? Maybe it's that now. Okay. Gem socket changes. I think these are pretty self-explanatory, right? Oh, they're always going to generate white sockets. So you can't just jeweler orb spam and hope you get colored sockets. Okay. This includes through the crafting bench. Ooh, unlucky. Okay. Chromatic orbs are now rarer. No longer sold by vendors in town. Okay. Trigger modifiers for a chance of chromatic orbs to drop as jeweler orbs or orbs fusing no longer roll. Jeweler orbs of fusion to drop as chromes instead. Okay, so it's the reverse. The bestiary crafting option to create a stack of 8 chromes instead now creates a rare 4-linked helmet. Okay, that's kind of gross. New crafting bench options. At least 2 non-white sockets for 5, 3 for 20, and 4 for 75. Okay. I mean, this will all depend on how rare chromatic orbs are now. These have been removed. This, the white socket has been removed. Following unique items now have a hidden property on them, preventing them from having white sockets. Dialas, Skin of the Lords, Skin of the Loyal. Okay. Socketed, no longer has gems can be socketed in this item, ignoring socket color as this is now default behavior. This change affects existing versions. Wait. Now has gems socketed always have the quality bonus from socket color. Oh. It now also has gems socketed and green sockets have plus 20. And because it has this, so you can have plus 30 for all your gems. Okay. Wait, let's take a look at Dialas here. How do you spell Dialas? Red sockets are plus 2. 30 on that. Yo! Wait, you could use Dialas inside of the timeless. So you could pay for levels for the timeless conflict. Get a pure blue Dialas. And level the shit out of some gems, dude. Huh! You could probably make so much money, actually, while getting leveled. Plus 2, and then they're going to have 10 quality as well. Dialas could be pretty meta this league. I'm not going to lie. Dialas could be very good this league. Pariah's unique ring now has 100 to 200 max life per red socket. Mana per green, energy shield per blue. Wow, so they, wow. So they up to double buffed the Pariah unique ring. Wow. Could be good for some early, early builds. I don't think it'll be like in-game viable, but could be good like early game for sure. 25 to 35% per red sockets. Okay. Tax P per green. Per blue, okay. It also now has 0.2 to 0.3 meters of melee strike range per white socket. And the white sockets are default, so is there a build where I would really care about melee strike range? Frenzy or Flicker Strike, maybe? Does that matter for Flicker Strike? Actually, I don't know. Cyclone it matters for it though, right? I think it increases the AoE, I think. But that is a unique sword, so I don't know. It's probably not good. What is it? What's its base stats? Oh, it's this sword? Yeah, this sword's trash. And it requires 53, so it's not even like you could use it for like leveling or anything. Yeah, it's pretty bad. No longer have physical damage to leech. Okay, now instead it has area effect, global crits, and global defenses per empty socket. Empty sockets are not great. Wait, what do you get for green sockets? Is it just the same? I guess it's crit multi. In addition, it now has 10 to 15% chance to block attack damage when in offhand. 10 to 15 global crit multi. Okay, so it rolls a little bit higher on the crit multi. Increased. Okay. 30 to 50% increased crit. Wow. So that would take this up to like, let's high 7s, low 8. Okay. It's still pretty bad damage-wise, though. If you could find out a way to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you'd make this good still. Something that scales off your defenses, maybe? Ah, they changed the triad to red gems. Okay, what are they going to do about the chaos? Per empty? Ew! Ew. So you have to drop a 4-link. Okay, to be fair, you drop a 4-link, but then you can do Poison Summon Raging Spirits for much cheaper. So Poison SRS could potentially be on the table. Untouched Soul Unique Amulet. Plus 12 all res for each empty white socket on any equipped item. What level is this? Ah, 48. I was gonna say that could be pretty good for like leveling, but 48's pretty high. Maybe like early mapping? I don't know. 100 accuracy per green socket has been replaced with 20% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. Yo! I'll take that deal, boys. You take that deal? That's a damn good deal. That's a damn good deal. Increased per has been replaced with 12% increased max life and mana if your equipped staff has a red and blue socket. Okay. I don't know many people using staffs, but I think that's kind of a pretty big upgrade. Because you would have had to have 4 red sockets and 2 blue sockets, and you'd still be less than what this gives you if you just have 1 of each on your staff now. So yeah, I think that's a pretty big buff for people that would be interested in that. 30% increased armor and evasion. Your main hand has a red and green. It's pretty good. You would have had to have 3 of each previously to get both of this. To be fair, you could have had 6 red and just stacked armor with this. So that could be bad for like armor stacking. I don't know if they took this before. I don't think they did, but maybe. No longer appear. Okay. Omen of Blanching has been renamed to Omen of Trichromatism. And now will be consumed when you use a chromatic orb on an item, guaranteeing at least one red, green, and blue socket. Oh, one of each. Wow. Okay. Rank 1, the reward is a bench that reforges the number of sockets 100 times. The greatest number of sockets. The colors of the sockets 25 times using the outcome of the greatest number of non-white sockets. What is rank 3? Rank 3 is still the same. Talisman revamp. Do I care about this at all, really? I don't think so. We'll just read the base types real quick, I guess. 50 to 100 energy shield. Flash duration. Eyes of the Great Wolf now has 50 to 100% increased in enchantment modifier magnitudes instead of implicit modifier magnitudes. Oh, wait. Yeah, I need to know. They said something about they're no longer corrupted by default. Talismans have a chance to draw. Talismans cannot be anointed. Okay, so these are shit. Okay, so these are shit. I mean, the one that was like +1 spell skills. Wait. It gets all of this instead of now grants 10 to 15% fizz as extra lightning. 15 to 20 lightning is cold as extra cold. 20 to 25 cold as extra fire. 25 to 30 fire is extra chaos. Wait, does it gain all of that? I think that's the order they convert into. So I'm pretty sure if you had 10 fizz, let's say, and you low rolled everything, that'd be 1 fizz. It's converted to extra lightning. That 1 lightning would be converted to 1.5. Well, 1, I guess. This is a bad example, but let's say you had 100 fizz. So that's 10 lightning, which is then what? Oh God, I don't know. You get the idea though. It would be compounding. I can't math right now. Okay. Bestiary bosses got buffed. The 80 or higher. Okay. All right, whatever. Okay. Fair. League changes. After completing a ritual encounter, Locust will now point to the next. Okay, so like PoE 2. When you interact with the Sanctum map. Okay. Volatile Val Orbs are now a Sanctum reward. Ultimatum is now the exclusive source of Catalyst. So no Ultimatum rewards from Demolition and Heist. Now you get maps. Catalyst, Chest, and Expedition and Tusion are no longer... can't get Catalyst from Expedition. Okay. Can't get Catalyst from Ritual rewards. Got it. Okay. That's a nice quality of life change right there. Rising more channeling. Can't be damaged or stunned. That's nice. I feel like there's going to be some bug abusing with that somehow. Oh shit. Syndicate leaders can no longer drop all flame embers. This should have been talked about. I was wondering why we're calling it the All Flame League or whatever, and we didn't talk about all flames at all. The Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop the All Flame Ember of Kulamak. Wait, where do you get the rest of the All Flames now? Average number of scarabs dropped by a scarab chest and betrayal sales has doubled. Wow. Trap stashes and betrayal safe houses 15 instead of 10. Cluster jewels now have a maximum. Wait, you can still drop cluster jewels outside of Delirium. I thought, okay, whatever. Enshrouded uniques, okay. So Vegan could be kind of good for betrayal then. No, a chest containing Trarthan scarabs. Okay, okay. Breach. Average number of breach monsters reduced. Breach got nerfed. Reduced. The maximum number of unstable breaches can be opened at once has been reduced to 2, previously 3. Why? Swelling ranks. 10% increased pack size. Previously 20. Oh God. Small passes. 5% pack size. 5% increased rare monsters. Okay. All right. I guess. Following hives. Now grants breaches in your maps. 15% increased rare magic. Previously 25. Oh my God. Breach got kind of gutted. Oh, I kind of forgot about the Genesis tree and how strong that shit is. Equipment items birthed from Genesis tree inherently have slightly less modifier tier rating and bias towards higher tier base types. So we're going to get lower tier base types and it's going to have lower modifier rating. So it got nerfed. Okay. Also a lower inherent chance to birth additional equipment items. And we're dropping less items. Okay, so Genesis tree got nerfed. Deserved, to be honest. Fair. Maximum number of equipment. Genesis tree passive points is now 16 instead of 20. Okay. Chance to grant womb gifts for additional item now have 25% instead of 50. Okay, okay. Honestly, fair. So basically we'll be able to get like 2 items guaranteed. Maybe, but not like 3.5. Okay, okay. Equipment Genesis tree and notable passes that grant increased chance for modifiers of a specific type now have values of 300% instead of 500%. Wow, Genesis tree got pretty heavy nerfs, but honestly, pretty fair nerfs, I think. I think it'll still be pretty strong, though. But more in balance with the rest of the game, I think. Do I care about any of this? What did I just read? In red tier maps, rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 physical damage and elemental thorns reflecting 1500 elemental damage. Are you serious? Why? Oh, okay, wait. I skipped ahead. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a percentage of physical or elemental hit damage dealt to them, they instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. Okay, that's much better than what I thought was happening. Physical thorns activates when hit by physical damage, lasts for 5 seconds. While active, reflects a fixed amount. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. You can only take physical thorns damage once every 0.1 seconds. So you can take physical thorns damage 10 times a second. Elemental thorns damage lasts for 5 seconds. This is basically the same exact thing, right? Except for elemental. All right. And you take less. You take 800 fizz damage compared to the 1500 elemental damage. But this is also before resistances, right? So if you are just res capped, you do 1500 times 0.25, right? So you're only taking 375 elemental damage. I wonder, does the thorns damage scale with like as extra and stuff? Reflected damage from thorns is also able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, and resistances. Okay. Okay, what maps do we got? We have any good maps that I recognize? Toxic Sewer's back. That's good. Toxic Sewer's the only map that's like a good map out of the ones that I see in these. There's some okay maps, like I think Caldera's okay, Channel's okay. Coliseum I think is okay. What got removed? Ashen Wood, rip. Canyon, rip. Crimson Temple, rip. Defiled Cathedral, rip. Underground Sea, rip. Oh, unlucky. We lost a lot of good maps. Okay. Ah, sweet. So now you don't have to do the... Is this Shaper or Elder? I forget who this is, but you don't have to do them in a specific order now. That's a good change. Now spawns only one wave of enemies per phase. Thank God, dude. It took so long to do... Like, it already takes so long to do Chimera, but... This is still going to take a long time, but it'll take way less time. Now display which map they will open. Okay. Has been renamed. Okay. Amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers when using reflecting mist currency on an item. Wait, what? Reduced the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers when using a reflecting mist currency on an item. So does that mean we're gonna get lower ceilings on the reflecting mist? So instead of getting, what was it before, like 300% or something like that? $2.1. So instead of getting a 2.1 multiplier, it'll be like, I don't know, 1.5 or 1.8 or something will be the top end. Is that what it's saying? Reduced the average amount of modifier effect applied to an explicit modifiers. Or are they saying that it's going to be much more rare to get a 2.1 roll? So either they nerfed the ceiling of this, or they've nerfed the chances of you hitting the ceiling. I'm not sure which, but okay. Grants your tier 14 maps 4% chance to drop a scrying orb on completion. Okay, so that's mandatory. The Brave Tower Atlas passive now has ultimatum bosses drops 10 of a random catalyst. Previously a full stack. Well, why'd we nerf that? You just made it to where catalysts are only able to come from ultimatum. And then you nerf this node, which I don't know if I've ever run into an ultimatum boss ever. But okay, fair enough, I guess. Blueprints found in your maps have a 15% chance to have special implicit. Okay, I'm 100%. If we're mapping, I'm 100% specking into heist. These special blueprints are mad money last league when they were plentiful, which means now that they're going to be more rare, they're going to be insane money. And if they're not, then I'll run it myself. Sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits are now additive with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type. What? Wait a minute here. What was the wording before? Yeah. So if I have something that says 10% chance to avoid damage, and we take this node, I now have a 20% chance to avoid projectiles? Interesting. Okay. All non-spectre minions now are no longer pause while attacking. Huh? Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. This change will be a significant damage per second increase for the following minion types: Dominating Blow, Raised Zombies, Golems, SRS, Skeletons. Huh! Poison SRS is looking like it's a pretty good starter, I'm just saying. But I'm also wanting to go into Herald of Thunder, which I'm pretty sure goes Golemancer as well. This could be good news, boys. This could be good news. Skills and item modifiers that once stated that increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage have been replaced with a new Arcane Might keyword. It's purely a descriptive change. So if you see the words Arcane Might, it means increases and reductions to spell damage apply to attack damage. Got it. Ascendancy changes. No longer has marked enemies cannot avoid attacks. It now has 10% increase effect of your marks per power charge, per max power charge. And 3% of leech is instant per power charge. Wait a minute. If I have 10 power charges, you're telling me I have 100% increased effect of my marks and 30% instant leech? Holy shit. Okay. Mystical Infusion notable no longer grants base spell crit chance of spells equal to that of the main hand weapon. Now grants spell crit strike chance bifurcate, or I don't know how to say this word. Bifurcates and 50% less spell critical hit chance. Bifurcated critical strikes cause critical strike chances to roll twice when determining if a critical strike should occur. Either roll succeeds. Yeah, this is just like PoE 2. If either roll succeeds, it's a crit. If both succeed, you get double crit multi. If a modifier makes your critical strike chance lucky or unlucky, that luck will apply individually to each roll. Okay? Cause hits to always be... Wait. Effects which cause hits to always be crits prevent bifurcation. Hits do not roll the chance, so cannot roll it twice. I didn't know that. Okay. Dude, Assassin looking kind of strong right now. Hierophant, Ritual of Waiting and passive skill now has 3% more damage per summon totem. Previously was 5. Okay, Hierophant got a little bit of a nerf. Inquisitor added a new Instrument of Justice notable passive skill, which requires Instruments of Virtue. This noble grants base spell crit chance of spells is equal to that of main hand weapon. Okay. So that's what the assassin used to have. But it requires Instruments of Virtue, which, what is that? Is that how you spell that? Yeah, okay. Instruments of Virtue. What is that? What can't I? Wait, am I on the wrong? Oh, it's Inquisitor, not, yeah, whoops. Whoops. All right, Instruments of Virtue. 10% more attack damage for each non-instant spell you've cast in 8 seconds. Up to 30%. And you get Battle Mage. What's Battle Mage again? Something about attack damage and spell damage, right? Added spell damage equal to the damage of your main hand weapon? Aha. Okay, I mean, Battle Mage is pretty useful in a lot of builds. So you would get Battle Mage, and then you would also get base spell crit equal to main hand weapon. Could be really strong, actually. You just get a really high... Yeah, maybe... yeah. High crit, high damage weapon? Yeah, it could be good. 3 Fanatic Charges, previously 4. Phantasm buff now lasts 5 seconds instead of 4. Grants 75% less cost of spells you cast yourself. Ooh, previously 75% reduced. Ooh, so, oh, yikes. Ooh. Okay, so you just gain the Phantasm, I guess? What does Phantasm do? More cast speed, reduced cost. Oh. Ah, so instead of it having reduced cost, it's reduced cost of skills you cast yourself. I see. Okay. Occultist, a new notable unhallowed rite, which requires either Vile Bastion or Forbidden Power, causes you to gain a Spirit Infusion every second while channeling a spell. Each stack of Spirit Infusion grants 30% faster start of Energy Shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost. Maximum 5 stacks. You lose 1 stack every 0.5 seconds if you have not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. Okay. We got the Reliquary changes. We already looked at those before. 10% increased attack cast speed. Mana cost efficiency of spells, 3% increased intelligence. That could be good. I don't know where that's at on the tree, but just 3% int is already good. And then you get mana cost efficiency and cast speed. That could be really good. Oh, northeast of the Witch's starting location. That could be really good. Northwest of the Templar starting location, and it grants increased reservation efficiency of spells. Increased reservation efficiency of spells. And 20% spells. Are auras spells? I guess maybe if you're doing like Spell Slinger, something like that. Okay, it's not loading. Yeah, maybe you're doing like Spell Slinger or... No, yeah, auras are spells. So we got Grace is a spell, Haste is a spell, Hatred is a spell. Are any of these not spells? Maybe some of the heralds? Are heralds on the aura page? Does not look like it. It is a spell. Okay. So yeah. I wonder why it's worded like that. I feel like other... Interesting. But this should work with like Spell Slinger too then, I think, right? Because it's a spell. Reserves mana based on the supported spell. I feel like that should work. Okay, that could be worth taking. It's on the northwest of the Templar starting location, which means it could be pretty accessible for witches as well. Okay. Reduce cost skill. Passive tree have been converted to cost efficiency. Okay. I'm guessing this is just a description change. It grants increased crit strike chance if you summon a totem recently. Now has values of 40% instead of 60%. So more totem nerfs. Okay. 50% increased critical strike chance with totem skills. Previously 60. More nerfs. 16% crit multi instead of 20. More nerfs. Wow. They're not very happy with totem skills, it would seem. All right, chat. We're getting into the skill gem changes. I'm going to go piss real quick, and then we're going to take a look at these, and then we might be done after that. I don't know. Okay. What do we got here? Most spells have received base damage increases. Also have higher damage growth with each level up. Wait. Oh, most spells that have received. Okay. For example, while Divine Ire deals 27% more damage at gem level 20, it now deals 37% more damage at level 30. Holy shit. Are spells OP as shit this league? Oh my god, dude. Alright. Shadow-themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit strike chances, while pure fire spells generally have lower crit strike chances. Interesting. Isn't that the opposite of how it is in PoE 2? Oh no, I guess not. I thought fire skills had high crit. I guess I'm wrong. Fair enough. Pure lightning spells generally have lower cast times, but the spells cost more mana. Pure fire spells generally have lower mana costs and higher effectiveness of added damage. Huh. Arcane Cloak now has buff grants added lightning damage equal to 10% of mana spent by this skill's effect at all gym levels. It's 10 to 14% before. But Arcane Cloak is a lightning spell, which means it'll have a higher mana cost now, right? It should. Oh wait, does it not have a cost? Ah, it's a percentage of your mana cost. So maybe Arcane Cloak will not be affected by this potentially. Yo, but we're gonna get 30% increased buff effect instead of 20%. Yo, Arcane Cloak is pretty good. Absolution, now cast faster, cast faster, 25% more mana. Okay, what am I interested in? I am interested in, honestly, the blade skills, and I'm also interested in Herald of Thunder, but we'll just take a look at things. I was going to skip through stuff, but we'll take a look at things. I feel like a lot of this is going to be the same, though. Cast time down, mana cost up, stuff like that. Ooh, Arc of Surging actually got more additional targets. So it kind of got buffed with targets as well. This got nerfed. Oh, but the added damage is crazy. Yo, that's a huge... So let's see here. Before it was 1676 plus 2514 divided by 2 times, what was it, 370? 3.7. Or wait, no, it'd be 4.7, right? Yeah, it'd be 4.7. Because it's the 100 is the default, right? It's 3.7 times more, right? So it'd be 9,846-ish. And now it's 3.5. Oh, whoops. Divided by 2 times, whoa. Times 3.5. So it's a slight nerf. It's a slight nerf on the gem itself, but then it's also a nerf on the effectiveness of added damage, right? So all of the stuff that was plus spell damage is now 1.2 less. So yeah, that's a pretty big nerf to this. Barrage fires 6 projectiles, okay. Ooh, ball lightning increase base radius. Ball lightning of orbiting, it's the same stuff. Ball lightning of static. Increase cooldown time, yikes. Okay, blade blast. Increase base radius. And its crit chance went way up. Okay. Increase base radius, increase crits. Ooh, a lot more AoE here. Increased hit rate for each blade. 30% more damage per blade, but okay. Ooh, 370% effectiveness of added damage instead of 300. And it got... Whoa! Wait, is this thing crazy? What is this thing? Blade Vortex of the Scythe? Is that what it was? How is this different? Wait, how is this different? I don't... How is this different than Blade Vortex? Two years ago. $16.5. Oh, yeah, that's the map. Yeah, okay. Is he boss rushing or like why is he? Is this Blade Vortex of the Scythe? So you just don't get more stacks, I guess. Yeah, you just miss out on these, I guess. But then you get, So you miss out on the 35% more damage, basically. Per blade, which is 350%, right? Okay. But it did get pretty big buffs. It's 70% more effectiveness of added damage. And they added more damage to it. A lot more damage. How much is that? $2105 compared to so like a 20% damage increase. And that's not including the effectiveness, right? Wow, that's so this is like a 40% damage increase, right? Should be 2105 times 4.7 versus 1691. I'll just say 0.5. I'm pretty sure it's just this though, actually. Times 4 divided by 9893. Yeah, so it's like a 32% damage increase on just the gem. That's pretty good. Blade fall increased damage. Holy, increased physical damage as well. Yo, is it a Blade fall, Blade blast league? It very well might be, boys. It very well might be. Dude, the Blade fall of Impaling is looking kind of crazy too. Volley's also looking good. Yo, it might be a Blade fall, Blade blast kind of league, guys. Okay. Crackling Lance, 190% from 165. And huge damage increase as well. What the hell? Huh. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure confirmed we're definitely doing some sort of spells this league. Jesus Christ. How? Okay, but I'm failing to see how this is limited to only self-cast. Like, why am I self-casting this over doing totems? Like, yeah, you guys nerfed some of the totem nodes, but I feel like totems are still just a better way of doing this. So far, at least. More projectiles for cremation. Ooh. Fires projectiles every 0.8 instead of every second. 3 instead of 4 proj, though. Okay. 8 geyser at a time instead of 6. You're going to have +1 geyser. So you're going to have 3 geysers almost by default. Huh. Okay. Yo, what? Yo, Discharge is giga buffed. I've never played Discharge, but isn't it one of like the highest damaging builds in the game? Pretty sure it is. Okay. Okay, Divine Blast. Scaled up a little bit. Okay. It's increased, it got a little bit of a buff. Divine Ire, 75% effective added damage. And damage increase. Yo, what the fuck? These buffs are crazy, I feel like. Elemental Hit just took a nerf? Okay. Ethereal Knives. Increased top-end projectiles. Increased crit. 30% more effectiveness of added damage. Way more base damage. And quality gives proj speed instead of more projectiles now. But the projectiles is essentially the same as it was with 20% quality. So we're basically just getting more proj speed. So we're getting more crit base chance, more effective added damage, more flat damage, and proj speed. Huh. Bro, it might be a freaking blade physical, like, spell build league for me, man. Ethereal Knives could pop off. I don't really care about Fireball or Firestorm. Although people do like leveling with Firestorm. I don't particularly like Firestorm, but it is buffed, it looks like. Flame Dash nerfed the crit chance, but they increased the effectiveness. Okay. Flame Surge, same kind of story it looks like. Burning Ground deals 30% fire damage per second of ignite affected enemies. Blade physical magic build, is that a thing? Like a spell rogue? Yeah, it is. So abilities like this ethereal knives ability, these are like blade spell, or they're like spells that use blades. So they'll throw a bunch of knives out and it counts as a spell. But yeah, it's a physical spell. So it uses it deals physical damage. And you conjure like a knife kind of thing. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And there's other builds like I was just talking Bladefall, which conjure a bunch of like knives that like pummel the ground in front of you, and then they'll linger in the ground. And then you can use another ability called Blade Blast, which will blow up the conjured knives and deal area explosion damage. Physical area explosion damage based on the knives and stuff. Freezing Pulse. Wait, you get more projectiles with Freezing Pulse now? Wait, what? Okay. So you're building a collie, kind of. Yes. Yeah, it's very much like a collie. Yeah, it's basically exactly like a collie in terms of like how the knives get thrown. Obviously, a collie doesn't blow up her knives or anything like that. And you don't teleport to your knives or anything like that. But in terms of like what the ability like ethereal knives looks like, it's very much like a collie's little like conal shuriken throw. It's very much like that. Freezing Pulse, more proj. That I wonder what that looks like. Freezing Pulse could be decent to level with, potentially. I think you can telly someone can teleport to the knives, but also that's... Wait, what? I think you can telly someone can... Wait, what? Glass cannon, though? It depends on how you build it. Depends on how you build it. Not entirely sure what your previous message was saying, Moon. Not gonna lie. Think you can telly someone can teleport to the knives, but also that's it. Yeah, I don't really know what you mean on that last sentence. I think I'm missing a word or something. So Freezing Pulse buffed. More proj too is crazy. Frost Bomb buffed, but only at the later stages, kind of. I think you can teleport. Someone can teleport to the knives. That is really cool mid-range build. Wait, are you talking about a collie or... Are you talking about PoE? This game? Yeah, there is an ability to teleport, but I don't think there's any teleport to the like knife location abilities. I don't think there's anything like that. There are teleport abilities, but I don't think there's any like I threw a knife, now I'm teleporting to that knife. Let me think. Is there anything like that? I could be wrong, but I don't think there's anything like that. Nothing really interesting there. Galvanic Field can now target each enemy only once every 0.5 to 0.4 seconds, which is actually a buff. 50% chance of shock. Increase the base effectiveness and base damage. Okay. Dude, I wonder if, shit, what's that ability called? Something call. Is it lightning call? No. I don't know. Lets her teleport to her knife? Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, she can teleport to the knife or to minions or enemies and stuff like that. I think she just gets a portion of her teleport refunded if she goes to a knife, right? Maybe I'll just do skill gems. And it's a blue one. What's it called? What's the... It's something call. I think. No, it's not. It's lightning conduit. That's what I'm thinking of. I wonder if lightning conduit's going to make a comeback here. I don't play her. I just know she hates to see me playing Malzahar. Yeah, Katarina doesn't really like CC at all. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Katarina and CC are not friends. My way or the highway. Glacial Cascade, but like every spell is just pretty. It's like every spell's like 20 to 40% buffed, it looks like. It's crazy. Well, not everyone, but a lot of them. And they have like base crit increases and shit. It's kind of nuts, dude. Ice Nova of Frostbolts. No damage increase. Okay. Ice Spear also no damage increase. All right. Incinerate. Oh shit. Incinerate got a lot of buffs. And so did Incinerate Eventing. Oh my god. Well, we could play the build we played 2 or 3 leagues ago, I think, where we started off with a Mjolnir build and then went into cast while channeling Incinerate of Venting. That was giga damn. It was kind of slow-ish, but it was very good. KB got nerfed. KB of Clustering also nerfed. Kinetic Fusillade also nerfed. Kinetic Rain buffed. Kinetic Rain Impact buff. Lightning Conduit, here we go, buffed. Holy dude, it might be a Lightning Conduit build. I think Lightning Conduit of the Heavens is what people usually play, right? And it also looks like it got buffed. 8 to 15 instead of 6 to 12. Shocks enemies as though dealing 200% more damage. Well, that's just a new line. Okay. Oh. Wait, what? It was 20 to 39? It's now 200? That cannot be correct. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing Lightning Conduit, boys. Holy shit. What? Yo. Wait a minute. What were people playing? Do people play Lightning Conduit or Lightning Conduit of the Heavens? I don't think people are really playing Lightning Conduit at all, but yeah, nobody's really playing. What was the league where everybody was playing Lightning Conduit? It probably hasn't been for a long time, right? .1%. Oh no, not. I just want to say, okay. So Keepers was 50 million on that. 60 million on that. Yeah, it might be a Lightning Conduit League, boys. It might be a Lightning Conduit League. Holy shit. Both are giga buffed. I feel like Lightning Conduit of the Heavens is even more so. Anything else that's like a standout here? I would not be surprised if Lightning Conduit of the Heavens gets nerfed before the league's like launch. 200% more damage from 39% more damage is crazy, dude. That is a crazy buff. Bro, what? Is that a typo? That has to be a typo, right? That is crazy damage, dude. Okay. Rolling Magma. No, now has lower damage and effectiveness of added damage at level 1. But it's more damage at gym levels greater than 20. Okay. I mean, it looks like at level 20, it's still buffed, but Rolling Magma is not used really after level 20, I feel like. Or up to level 20, I should say. Shock Nova. Big buffs to Shock Nova. Spark. A little bit more cast time. Less projectiles from Spark Nova, but a better cast time. A little bit. More proj on Spark of Unpredictability, though. And better cast time. Okay. Yo. Stormburst buffs. I've always wanted to play Stormburst. Big buffs to Storm Call as well. Well, not big buffs, but pretty sizable buffs. Okay. And that's the main things that have changed, it looks like. Ooh, Winter Orb changes. More projectiles. And more damage. Winter Orb could be a thought as well, honestly. Yo, so ideas are blade skills look good. Lightning Conduit looking good. Winter Orb looking good. I feel like Lightning Conduit I can transition into Herald of Thunder as well. So I'm thinking lightning conduit right now. Vol Spark buff. I mean, Spark is not bad either, to be honest. Blade Vortex having increased crit chances is pretty good. Archmage, slightly nerfed. Ballista Totems, slightly nerfed. Barrage, pretty sizable buff, actually, it looks like. Wait, have 10% more attack time? Wait, that's a nerf, right? I think that's a nerf. That reads to me that it attacks slower per projectile. If I'm wrong, then that's fine, but I think that's a little bit of a nerf to that. Ooh, really big cost reservation multiplier on that. Barrage, I don't really know if it comes out as a buff or a nerf. It's kind of both. I don't know. Cast on Word Break. Castable Channeling. Buffed. Pretty big buff, actually. Minion Pact has been reworked. Now called Communion Support. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported spells deal 20 or 30 added fizz damage for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Okay. Ooh, spell totems took a pretty big nerf. Actually, yeah, it's pretty big. 10% less damage at max level. That's pretty big. Ooh, Unleash got buffed. Unleash got buffed. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Minion Pact was the big winner last league, right? Oh, wait a minute. Get rid of this. Yeah. Minion Pact was the ability I was thinking of, right? Where everybody just got insane DPS here. Yeah, 2 billion DPS. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to read through all the unique changes. Let's see. I would care about Impulsa. Nope. What else would I care about? What's the what is the other unique that this guy? Coming Calamity. And then the Annihilating Lights. How do you spell that? Okay. Anything else? Storm Secret. Nope. Okay. All right. I don't really think I care about the uniques at all then, really. Read through all the unique changes. I'm here for it. No, thank you. I'm good. Item changes. Yep. The synth items are gone. No longer explicitly state that they don't work. Oh, yeah, because there's no more synth. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really think we need to really worry about too much here. Looks like there's some changes to modifiers that can roll on different types of influenced items. Oh. Oh. Moonstone rings are now cast speed rings instead of max energy shield. Oh. Wait, Moonstone rings are like top tier now. Holy. Okay. Wand types increase spell damage in places instead of added damage. Oh. Oh. I wonder how that's gonna work because all the other ones already have that. Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll have to see what the ranges become. Modifiers to the level of all spell skill gems and all spell skill gems of a specific type on staves now all have an additional modifier tier. The lower tier modifiers appear much more commonly and can roll on staves on earlier levels. Modifiers to a level of all spell skill gems on a specific damage type go up to 4 at the maximum modifier tier instead of 3. Holy! That's on staves only though? Okay. This is again on staves only. Rolls up to 200% now. Wow, they're really trying to make staves viable, huh? On caster weapons are more common except for the very highest tier. Okay. That's going to make rolling plus levels harder though, right? Wow, pretty big spell minion damage. Mana hybrid increases. That's pretty good. Added damage to spells. Prefix modifiers on cast runners have been buffed. Oh, like the flat damage? Okay. Okay. Caster weapons no longer roll increased fire, cold, and ooh, what?
I don't know if you're aware, but on the bottom right of your screen, under the expand button, or to the left of the send a message button, there's a button that says continue sub or subscribe. If you click on that, you'll see an option there. It says to subscribe using Prime. It's absolutely
one-handed weapons.
Nothing.
Wand.
It just takes a couple bucks out of Bezos' wallet, puts it right into Jester's.
So you can't roll cold fire lightning damage here.
That subscribe Prime button, and we'll get this show on.
So now you get cast speed, spell crit, and crit multi, I guess. I don't know if it's going to make crafting wands easier or harder, to be honest with you. Huh, okay. Oh, nice. So the floor on spell crit chance has been raised from 10% to 40% on one-handed, and 50% higher values on than their one-handed. Okay. Okay. Stun duration modifiers no longer roll on all weapons, but now can only roll on maces, attack staves, swords, and bows. Axes and bows. Wait, what? Bows? Bro, why? Remove it from bows. Nobody wants stun duration on a bow. Okay. Top tier increased cast speed modifiers and caster runners now have the same weightings as the lower tier modifiers. Whoa! Whoa! Yo, wait, so instead of it being a 0.165% roll, it's going to be a 0.66? Yo, that's a huge increase. Okay. All right, so dagger basket, more crit chance. Got it. Out of the following new corruption implicits. Increased aura effect of purity of elements on amulets. Wait, what? Increased aura effect. Purity of elements. Okay, so it's gonna specifically for purity of elements, or is it for all of the elements? I don't know. Mana reservation efficiency of specific auras on rings. Okay. +1 max frenzy power or endurance charges on rings. That's huge. Same with shields and amulets. Okay. Max fire res on shields and boots, shields and gloves, shields and helmets. Okay. Max res on shields. Versatile combatant on shields. I don't know what this is. What is this? Additional spell block based on your overcat attack block. Increases the max block chance for both. Ah, okay. Yo, wait, if you got versatile combatant on freaking Svalin, that would be pretty OP. You can get glancing blows on shields. That's pretty OP too. You can get chance to block on shields. Oh my god, dude. Some shields are going to be insane. Cannot be ignited, poison, or bled on belts. That's kind of nice, actually. Mana cost efficiency on rings. Percent attributes on amulet, ring, and belts. That's pretty good. Quality to socketed gems. Weapon shields. Okay. Plus level of socketed X type of gem on staves and helmets. Wait, helmets can get fizz and chaos, but not the other two. Okay, that's lame. Damage over time multi on helmets and rings. Crit multi on rings. Light radius on helmets. Sick, dude. Really glad you added that. Unaffected by burning, chilled, shocking, and desecrated ground to boots. Unwavering stance on boots. Chaos resist to rings, amulets, and armor. All res to armor. Action speed on boots. Onslaught on kill on boots. Dude, the corruptions are going to be insane this league. Oh my god. The different curses on hit, on gloves. Oh man. Dude, you can get some crazy corrupts. Oh, Jesus. Crit multi on wand staffs. Wait, this is lame as fuck. Why can you only get +1 fire and or fizz chaos on wands, but you can't get cold and lightning? Oh, wait, no, you can. I just can't read. Okay, fair enough. Wait, but why would they do it like this? Why can't you get plus fire on rune daggers, but you can get all the other ones? And why can't you get fizz and chaos on scepters? Okay, whatever. It's fine, I guess. Enemies you kill have 10 to 15% chance to explode. Oh my god. Holy dude, that would be insane. Oh, you can only get on wands, daggers, and scepters, though. You can also get cast. Dude, there are a lot of good corruptions on wands. Wow. Okay. Divination cards. Temporarily disabled. Now states the reward is corrupted. This is purely a descriptive change. Okay. Call the first ones. Rewards a rare talisman. No longer incubated. Now awards an exceptional support gem. Okay. Soul Eater now expires faster on players. An eaten soul is lost every 0.2 seconds if a soul has not been gained in the last 2 seconds. Previously 0.5 seconds in the last 4. Ew! They nerfed Soul Eater! Oh, Headhunter's like half as fun now, dude. What the hell is that? All classes can now purchase faster attacks and faster casting. Thank God. Okay. Ooh, this is a good change. Majority currency items, fragments, and divination cards and other stackable items will now stack up to 10k instead of 5k. Huge. No longer drains each stack in your river one at a time. It'll now instead drain stacks fully before moving on to the next. Okay, sick. That's fine, I guess. That just doesn't really matter to me, but okay. Without cheating yourself. Okay. Okay. Always copies the advanced description format. This is going to fuck up something in either Craft of Exile or PoB or something. All right. And that's most of the batch notes. Everything else is like fixed bug stuff, right? Let's see. Did they update anything? Nope. All right. Sweet, dude. Yo, I'm thinking Lightning Conduit's looking pretty sexy right now, boys. Lightning Conduit looking pretty sexy, boys. When can we get that? Act 3. Because we get a level 28. Okay, okay. Yo, W patch it looks like. I'm really looking forward to playing some PoE now, boys. That does mean, however, that we are running out of time for our League arc already. I kind of thought I was going to have more time to play League, but such is life, I guess. So we got, I don't know. League, PoE League is next Friday. Not tomorrow, but next week, Friday. I'm definitely going to want to do some practice runs. Probably Wednesday or Thursday. So that means that we really have until like Wednesday tops to, oh no, the most frustrating depressing game is going away. Oh no, oh no. Honestly, I don't really get that frustrated at the game. Like players do stupid stuff and players are delusional, and when they type, they're usually wrong. But it's true. Same can be said about when I type, right? Like people probably think the same thing for me. But most of the time I get frustrated at League, it's because I'm doing stuff wrong or I feel useless or it's something I'm doing. At least right now. I have a pretty good mentality with League right now, I feel like. But yeah. I kind of wanted to play for like at least like one of the reasons why the League arc had been postponed so many times is because I had so many games that were coming up that I really wanted to dedicate like a month to League. And I've only played like maybe a week. Like I've only done like 7 League sessions so far. So we're only gonna have like a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe of League. So I really wanted to dedicate some more time to it because I wanted to see how high I could get. And I figured a month would be enough time to like grow as a player and then still find out like where my cap is. But now I'm not gonna like grow enough and figure out where I actually would be if I like actually took it serious kind of thing. So yeah, we will be back playing some League tomorrow probably. But then we're probably only playing until Tuesday or Wednesday because then I'll start getting into PoE mode. So chat, hope you enjoyed today's stream. We will be thoroughly enjoying PoE 1 League, it looks like. I'm really looking forward to this league. I'm most likely going to be starting Lightning Conduit and going into an Elementalist build into Herald of Thunder Auto Bomber probably, which will be fucking super sweet and super fun, I feel like, because we have not played an Auto Bomber before, so it'll be sick. But yeah, that's going to do it for us today, guys. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I got to piss and shit. So, you know, got to do what I got to do. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Hopefully you enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Deuces!